Pops! Hey guys! Hello! Happy Friday! It's almost, well, it's pretty much the weekend! Yeah! Pretty much. It might as well be here, right? We're gonna have a nice, fun, comfy Friday. With some crafting. It'll be good, I promise. We got the comfy music, so you don't have to listen to my BGM on a loop today. I hope it's nice and comfy. We got some EDM going, and then if it gets a little later, maybe we'll switch to lo-fi so it's more comfy. But right now we're vibing. Yeah. Welcome in, you guys. Hi, everybody. And thank you for resubbing. Crunchy! Thank you for 5 months. Thank you. Thank you. People happy dank. Yeah. Hell yeah. Puppy, thank you for a whole year. Thank you for 12 months. Thank you. Tiki Reg, thank you for 12 months. Another year. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yes, you are mighty pups. Look at you. You're so cute. So today, I have Tricky's horns. We've been working on some VTuber friends, and since she just had her debut this week, I figured we should continue working on Tricky. So, I guess I'll talk more about it when we actually get to the crafting. Where'd my music go? Hello? Music? Oh, this song just has a really long ending. A really long fade out. So, I have her horns 3D printed just because there's 6 of them and they're pretty symmetrical and scaled very specifically. I 3D printed them so that way that would be the easiest way for me to make them. And we're going to be working on finishing them because 3D printing with filament, the PLA filament, causes some striations in the printing. So we're going to be trying to get rid of those. And I'm going to show you how to do it. 3D printer? Yeah! I've worked on 3D printing before. For those of you who maybe have not been to a crafting stream, a cosplay crafting stream before, I have been a cosplayer for approximately 10 years now. It's been about a decade. And I also compete on a professional master level doing craftsmanship contests. So I've won many awards doing that, and I've been cosplaying for a really long time. So I have a lot of techniques and experience that I've worked with and utilized before in the past. And I'm just going to be explaining stuff to you. So if you guys have like crafting questions, or if you want to make something, then this is definitely the stream for that. I'm going to have my hand cam. I will have it all set up and ready. But in a little bit, I'll be switching over to my hand cam and I'll show you the progress that I've been making so far. Normally I like to do a little bit of work on this crafting off stream, but I've been so busy lately, I haven't had the time to really do much to these since they were printed, since I showed them off on stream last time. So hopefully we can make a lot of progress today, because I really want to get these headbands to my friends. I want to give them to them as gifts. So no, I'm not cosplaying any VTubers, but I am making them to give.
What was the
to
best
the VTubers.
cosplay you ever did?
Best cosplay I ever did. That's hard to say. Because best is a very broad term. And I cosplay a lot of obscure things, so I probably shouldn't tell you what the best one was. I'm trying to think. Best cosplay I've ever done that's from like more mainstream media. Best. Are they all my favorite? No, it's just I have to be very picky on what kind of cosplays I talk about. Well, the cosplay of myself wasn't made by me. It was made by one of my cosplay friends. I guess I'd say... Maybe one of my Danganronpa cosplays. It's like choosing my favorite child, kind of, yeah. It's really hard to pick. I like all of them a lot. Some of them are very uncomfortable. Some of them I have an emotional attachment to because it's like going through hell and back to make them. If that makes sense. Thank you. You know, it's good when it's uncomfortable. That's not true, actually. I had an uncomfortable cosplay. It was my very first time making Warbler armor. It was like my first full set of armor with like bracers and a breastplate and pauldrons and all the fun stuff. And it was very uncomfortable, and it was not good because I didn't take into account sitting down because I sculpted it onto my body standing up. So when I sat down, the Warbler flexed, and it is not a material that likes to flex. It's a very rigid material. It's a thermoplastic, so it's plastic. And the connections holding the plastic to the D-rings that kept it on my body snapped off. So my breastplate literally like came undone, like snapped off my body, or the connections snapped off. And because it was a breastplate, I was like, oh, sweet, like I don't have to wear a bra. Yeah, I had to hold myself together quite literally and ran back to my hotel to get changed. Yeah, so just because it's uncomfortable does not mean that it is good. Sometimes it can be a very good cosplay. It can be well crafted, but if you're uncomfortable in it, then like what's the point? Then you're not gonna have fun wearing it if you're uncomfortable. Yeah, mega whoops. Too much power, yeah. It also reminds me of the time I cosplayed Ari. I have talked about the time I cosplayed Ari from League of Legends. And she has, her shoes are like flat. But I was like, I want to be extra sexy, so let me like make it with heels. Let me have heels with my Ari cosplay. That was the biggest fucking mistake of my life because I had all 9 tails and a harness making them stand up. So they weren't like dragging behind me and like resting on the ground. They were all in the air. These tails were 5 feet long and there were 9 of them, all supported by my lower back. So all that extra weight on my body was being like weighed down on my feet in these heels. My feet were so fucking dead. It was such a bad idea. I mean, I looked hot, but at what cost? Yeah, no, would not recommend. Go the accurate route. It's okay.
Speaking of cosplay, let's see how far we can get the goal this stream.
Aww. Thank you for the biddies, Pyrohound. Thank you. Yeah, we do have a cosplay goal, so it's very fitting. I also have another thing to tell you guys about. So, Gamer Subs. It's been a little bit since I dropped some Gamer Subs announcements since my cup, but they're coming out with a new flavor. It's not my flavor, but there is a new flavor that released earlier today, so a few hours ago. It is called Sigma Brain. Sigma Brain. And it is a spicy margarita flavor. I don't know what that's gonna taste like. I haven't tried it yet myself, but I'm looking forward to trying the flavor. And when I do get it and try it, I'll let you know what I think of it. But just to give you guys a heads up, Gamer Subs has a brand new flavor. Yeah, so I don't know. I usually don't drink margaritas. I don't know what they're supposed to taste like. But this drop is by H3, the H3 brand. So it is another like special Special flavor drop.
Hey, speaking of art, can you move a bit to the side so I can see the throne? It's for a little project of mine that involve plastic bricks.
Throne.
I would love to hear what kind of Danganronpa cosplays you did.
A lot.
I love the series and my most fav characters on anime and core made a Sinder 6 heart.
Oh, you must like Super Danganronpa too then. So I've cosplayed 12 Danganronpa characters? I think 12. Hold on, let me go through the games. Let me like go game by game and like count. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to look at a list, I think. Hold on. Let me try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. I think about 12. I might be missing one. This is the entertainment you come every stream for? I'm just counting. What the hell? Oh my god. You don't care if the footwear doesn't match? I'm usually like super 100% accuracy because I compete based on craftsmanship, and part of your score for competing is based on likeness to the character and how accurate your cosplay is to the original source material design. So, yeah, I've done a lot of Danganronpa cosplays. I think I showed off 2 of them when I had the voting for which cosplay I would bring to WeebCon. So I have told you guys that I have cosplayed Junko and I have cosplayed Mikan. So those are 2. Those are 2 of them. Well, Danganronpa is very popular. Favorite anime to cosplay? Does Danganronpa count? It technically has an anime. It's not as good as the games, but technically. Was there a cosplay you wanted to do but never got the chance to? So many. Literally so many. Boa Hancock. True Form Midna. I mean, Twilight Princess Zelda too, I guess. And Zant. A lot of Twilight Princess stuff. The Liar Princess from The Liar Princess and the Blind Prince. A lot. There's a lot. Hey, Yoshi! Cock! Did I say cock? I guess it's just in my subconscious. It's nice to see you, Yoshi! Yo, we're talking about cosplay. Speaking of cosplay, I think I should just show you guys what I've been up to. Or what I'm going to be up to today. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Oh, fuck. I just got small. So this is a reference picture up here. And these are Tricky's horns that I've been working on. Yes. Very nice, very pretty, very horny. Yeah. Crafting time, baby. Yeah. Yeah. So, welcome back to the series where I make my VTuber friends as horns and headbands. So, last time I showed you these, I think they were still on like the rafts and the supports. So those are all broken off now. I cleaned them up as best as I could. And yes, these are 3D printed just with filament. I don't have a resin printer. I'm not fancy enough for that. I don't know how to use resin printers. But I do know how to use 3D printers like this. So they're very lightweight. which is one of the reasons why I opted for 3D printing. And because Tricky's horns are so symmetrical, and it's essentially the same exact shape but scaled up and down, I wanted to have just like one base horn sculpted and then just like print 2 of each size when I scale it down. But one of the, I don't want to say problems, but one of the things that you have to keep in mind when you're 3D printing are the striations, the print lines. I don't even know, my camera hates focusing. It like does not want to focus. But you can kind of see in certain lights and certain angles, there's like tiny little lines, and that's just from the way that 3D printers work. It prints in layers. So these are each print layer, and then it's a little rougher on the bottom because this is where the supports were. So that way the 3D print kind of doesn't fall apart. You can kind of see it a little easier on the top side, like this. So it's like that on all the horns. I did start sanding these too. That's why they look a little bit different. So these have been sanded a little bit. I was just kind of playing around with how I want to finish these. I mostly just sanded down the support, the little bits left over from the support that I broke off. So I also tried using wood filler on these. I don't think it'll work very well just because it gets inside these little ridges a little bit too easily, and I don't want to have to go in and sand out every single little crevice that the wood glue or the wood filler gets stuck in. So what I'm going to do is sand down all the horns like this one, just to give us a nice smoother surface, rougher surface to work on, and then off stream later on, after I sand these, I have a spray primer, and spray primer works really, really good for smoothing things out because you can spray the whole thing and then sand it down and then spray another coat and then sand it down until it is completely smooth. And the spray primer works really well at getting into the tiny, tiny, tiny little crevices. So that's what we want to work on. But it's not thick enough to really cover up all of the grooves that have been printed into this print. So I think it'll work pretty well. It'll be a lot quicker. I'm just going to be dry sanding the spray primer. So I'm going to wait for the primer to dry and then start sanding it. There's also another thing called wet sanding, where you can actually use water and sandpaper to get an even, like, smoother, like that's how they get like mirror finishes, like a fine sandpaper, and wet sanding the sandpaper is crazy. That's not necessary just because these don't have to be like mirror smooth, like we're talking automotive quality. We don't need that. Yeah, it all depends on the kind of finish you want. And wet sanding also doesn't like gum up the sandpaper. So for example, when you're dry sanding any kind of primer, you can see it kind of rub off on the sandpaper. But if you're wet sanding, the water kind of washes off on the sandpaper and it doesn't kind of make as much of a mess on the sandpaper itself. It does get your surface a little wet. A lot of wet. I also forgot to grab my scissors to cut my sandpaper. So let me go grab my scissors really quick. There they are. My beautiful Hellhound themed scissors. They're so metal. What 3D printer do I have? An Athenia. I think it's Athenia something. I think. This is, hold on, this sandpaper is 100 grit. So it's a little bit rougher, just to get a good sanding, and then we'll go over it with my other sandpaper, which is 220. I'm just gonna cut a piece of it right now. I'm gonna show my nails. They're actually kind of nasty. Like my fingers right now are pretty gross. They don't look the best, so don't pay too much attention to them, please. Neon! Hello? Holy shit! Thank you! Me being like, ew, don't look at my hands. Thank you! Thank you, Neon Bite! Thank you for 10,000 biddies! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Holy shit! Hi, I really appreciate it. Thank you for contributing to my Shinigami cosplay goal. Like I said before, when I was first talking about that goal, there are likely some pieces I can make on stream, like the horns and the crown, and the flower in her hair. Pretty much all the stuff that you can see in the little preview picture down at the bottom corner. So, anything I do end up making of her cosplay will be on stream for you guys to see and watch and look at. Oh, and Yoshi! Thank you for 9 months! Prego, happy sub, baby! Thank you, Yoshi. Yochi's the freaking sweetest. I love her so much. So I'm gonna put some of these to the side.
Are you kidding? I was just about to say, how are your hands so immaculate when you do this sort of thing? They look spotless.
Stop it. Like I said, I was sanding this earlier, and I don't know, I got like a little boo-boo. I get like little boo-boo sometimes, and I scuff up my nails a little bit. So, don't look. This is my gross cutting mat, the one that I do all the gross shit on. So I'm gonna be using this to sand on top of to kind of keep my nice big good cutting mat clean. Hold on, more of you guys have been subbing. Hold on, I don't want to miss anybody. Thank you, I appreciate you. Pasta, oh, this was a long time ago, I'm so sorry. Pasta, thank you for the 5 gift subs, thank you so much, thank you. Brandarian, thank you for the tier 2, thank you, welcome. Enemiya Moto, thank you for 2 months. Raph, thank you for 9 months. Happy sub, baby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Demon of the Northwoods, Neon Bite, thank you guys for the biddies. Pyrohound, thank you for the bits. Wonderland, thank you for 3 months. John, thank you for the biddies. Clinksley, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Aidman, thank you for 2 months. Gold Show, 26 months. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Guys, you're so sweet to me. Alright, so this is what we're going for with the sanding. It's not like super perfect, but that's okay. We're just trying to get like a rough sand on the surface to smooth out just a little bit more, and it'll also give something for the spray primer to stick to a little bit better. And then so I ended up getting a gray primer. This is important. You want to get a colored primer that does not match whatever you're spraying it onto. That way you can tell what areas have and haven't been sanded and how much has been sanded. Because sometimes when you sand down the primer, you can start to see the print coming through underneath if it sands off a little bit too much. And then you want to go over it again with another coat to fill in the spots that are kind of showing a little bit more, or if it didn't dry all the way and it peels off a little bit. That way you can tell what parts you worked on and what parts might need a little bit more work. So even though it lightens the black filament a little bit, it'll still show up a lot with a light gray. So this one is pretty much done. I started this one a little bit, but I could still use a bit more. So I actually don't remember what grit I used. So I'm just gonna keep going. Yes, I do this by hand because I'm insane. Can you use a sanding sponge? Yes. Can you use like an actual sander? Yes. Can you use a fucking Dremel? Yeah, of course. But am I? No. Maybe I think I did use the softer stuff. So It's gonna be inevitable, but these little grooves, they're built into the print, so they printed like that, right? But while sanding it down and trying to fill in the rest of the striations, we're gonna lose a little bit, like you can see here. I just don't think the grooves were modeled as deep on the tops and underside, so we're probably gonna lose a little bit.
Detail work is usually better done by hand.
But I would have just carved these myself, but because there's 6 of them and they all look exactly the same, I wanted that consistency. So that's why I opted to just print them. I could have made molds out of them, but then I'd have to make 3 horn sculpts that look exactly the same but like slightly smaller and smaller, and that is extremely stressful because I'm a perfectionist and I'd want these to look exactly the same but scaled down to the exact scale, and even just doing that like 3 times is a lot of work. So I was like, you know what, let's just do a 3D model. Doing it by hand gives it a personal touch. True. If you sculpt it by hand, it turns out more organic, for sure. So if you want a more organic look, then by all means, sculpt them by hand. It works really well if you are making like antlers or horns of that nature, the more organic shapes.
Hello. I have to say I like these streams the most. I kind of miss being the test subject for my friend.
Huh? Wait, what? What did you mean by that? Holy shit! Fire Wolf! Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what you mean by a test subject. You want to model the horns for me? Is that what you mean? I didn't do anything! Thank you for all the biddies! Holy shit! Thank you so much! Thank you, Firewolf! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you! Xenon, thank you for 2 months. Holy... I don't even know what to fucking say. Thank you. Thank you so much. To be honest, I will probably go in with a, actually, maybe I'd be able to, like, fold this and get in these. Oh, yeah, I could do that. That'll probably work. Or I can use my Dremel for those. I'd be able to get more of a better finish on the little ridges with my Dremel. The only thing that you want to make sure to avoid if you are going to be sanding these grooves deeper is that you don't want to sand too deep, because I don't print solid prints. So on the inside, it's just like a support structure. So it's not completely solid plastic. That's why they're so lightweight, because they're essentially hollow on the inside, give or take the supports. So I don't want to sand all the way through and poke a little hole, because then there's just more work, right? So we want to avoid that if we can. But at the end of the day, these horns are going to be positioned more towards the front side like this. The little reference photo up here. The horns, they're not, exactly positioned towards the side like this. They're angled a little bit. So these lines here will be on the back underside. So these probably won't be seen very much, if at all, really. So I'm mostly going to focus on making the top side little ridges more visible. Are there cosplay pieces you prefer hand making to printing? I mean, so I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. 3D printing gets kind of a bad rap in the community because people feel like it's easy or cheating or not actually making or doing any work because the printer is doing all the work for you. But at the end of the day, you have to figure out how to like 3D sculpt in order to get this to print. That's why I ended up commissioning a 3D sculptor, just because I can only use like basic sculpting programs, and trying to get all the texture and the right curve, it was just like too much time that I didn't want to spend doing behind the scenes because I'm very busy, and unfortunately I just didn't have the time to teach myself a new 3D modeling program. So I commissioned a very talented 3D modeler to help me with this model of the horn. And it's just just one sculpt that's just scaled 3 different sizes, which is totally fine to do, 100%. But that's half the battle, is being able to model what you're making. And if it's really complex, like some people 3D print whole props, like swords with intricate details on it, and you need to separate all those pieces so they all print separately, and then assemble it, and then you need to do the finishing work and the painting, and there's a lot that goes into that. So it's definitely still a lot of work. It's the same thing, you know, if you cut a piece of foam and then Dremel it and paint it that way, that's the same thing as sculpting your own 3D model digitally, printing it with a printer, and then essentially the same steps after that. Do I make this for me or other people? These, at least Tricky's horns, are going to be for Tricky. They are a gift for her. Other than that, I've helped some friends work on some of their cosplays, but I haven't actually made anything for anybody else before. I don't do commissions because I'm already self-conscious enough with my own work, even though I'm an award-winning cosplayer. In like the highest, most professional category I could possibly be in for competitions. Yeah, the pink foam, that's insulation foam, pink insulation foam. It's also called XPS foam, extruded polystyrene. That is a very common material to use for props because it's so lightweight and easy to carve and sculpt. Just finishing it can be a little difficult sometimes. Out of my friends, who would I want to cosplay as? That's a good question. I think, like, my own personal style and like what I like to make for cosplays, it would probably be like one of Zen's outfits, like her like dragon, her old dragon style models, because I vibe with that so hard. I like making props. I really love props. So I think the wings and the horns and the big hair and the tail would be so cool. Sounds like you use whatever tools and materials you need to make something that would not normally exist. Oh yeah, 100%. I've used all kinds of crazy stuff. Zen's cool, yeah. I also really like fruit. Especially her first design. So cool. Got the skulls and the lich theme. Do I make wigs? I've styled wigs. I'm not the best at it just because I hate working with fake hair. It's such a nightmare. Bow? I don't know. I feel like jelly hair would be really hard to pull off. I've seen people do it though. I tend to go for more whimsical, like crazy complex outfits. Bao has like cutesy, like inspired by real life like wardrobe, which I love. But like cosplay wise, I like really out there stuff. Helljumper, thank you for 7 months. Siren, thank you for 2 months. Thank you, guys. What am I doing? I'm sanding down these horns for Tricky. Techwear outfits? I'm looking at you, Yoshi. Hell yeah, girl. Camila? I'd actually love to make her a headband too, with like her little wing ears. Also, speaking of wing ears, so I can show you guys this. Oh my god. There's dust all over my hands. So I had made, so alongside Tricky's horns, I was also gonna make her ears. Let me actually pull up another image, just to give you guys like a clear photo. There she is. She's so cute. So you see her, these are her horns and her wings together. Not me just like casually gathering reference images of my friends. Is that weird? So, the way I make my patterns, it's the same way I made the pattern for the horns. I use this specific image and I trace around the artwork in Adobe Illustrator and I print it out. So I did the same thing with the ears here. So this is what I made in Illustrator, and then I also kind of marked out where the ear overlaps. And then from here, what I do, if it's like a more 3D shape, I shouldn't say 3D, it's all 3D. If the pattern itself requires a little more work, then I'll make a mock-up out of just like poster board. Because her ear has this little overlap, I made this big cutout out of paper and just use this to kind of get a general size and put it up to my head, make sure the proportions are correct and that the pattern's going to work for what I want it to. And then I move on to my materials. I ended up making these out of Warbla. It's a type of thermoplastic. They still need some shaping just because this is a bitch to work with, but it's nice and sturdy. It's plastic, and I feel like that would be really, really nice, especially if she wants to wear these to a convention or whatever. Then I went to TwitchCon Paris, and I spent a lot of time hanging out with Tricky, and we talked about our debuts and our models and everything. And she was talking about how she really, really loves the way that her original design ears looked. She likes the way her models look now, but she was like, maybe I should, I should embrace like the feathered ear look. Because she really, really likes that because it's very wing, it's very harpy, and that's like 100% Tricky. So I was going back in my little research arc, for lack of a better word, and I found this old gem. Look at her. So this is what her ears used to look like. They used to look like actual feathered ears. And at that point, it clicked for me because I have feathers. I have very deep purple and like a lavender colored feather that are different lengths that I was going to put like all around this base. But I was trying to plan out the placements, and I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna glue feathers onto this that makes it look like it's supposed to be like feathered. Because these just, it was just like, I was trying to wrap my head around it. And then when I remembered what she said about liking this style ear, this makes sense to put feathers on, like actual like real feathers on. So I think I'm going to try remaking them to look like this and see what she likes. Because I want to get her opinion too. So I'm thinking I'm going to put a pause on this pattern here that I made and potentially make another pattern and make a little mock-up just to see what it could look like and then go from there. Because I think these would look so cute. So cute. So that's my plan right now. That's why I'm just working on the horns today. I would show you how I make my digital patterns, but I actually only have Illustrator on my laptop and not on my desktop PC. So I don't know how I would hook that up to the stream to show you guys that. But essentially it's really easy. I literally just like, oh, let me make this bigger. So I'll pull this image, for example, into Adobe Illustrator, and I'll just use the pen tool, and I will just like make lines around the curves, and then just print it to scale, which is really easy to do in Illustrator, to just print it like the right size. So that's usually what I do. It's actually a very common method for props nowadays, and I started doing that before like tutorials on it were like super mainstream. So I was like one of the pioneers for that method. Printing out stuff in life size, just tracing it right from the source material so that way it's exactly the right proportions. And then I actually draw a line in Illustrator that's my height, and then I will scale a full body reference of the character to that height line, so that way it's proportionate to my real life height, which is approximately the same as my friend's. And then that's how I get my proportions for how big something's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm really, really excited for these. Beauty Gengar! Yo, what's up? Thank you for 2 months. I hope you're doing well. These are gonna look so good. I also have the idea, if she's down for it, when I am... The next time I work on Tricky's cosplay on stream, I think it'd be cool to have her on stream with me, and we just hang out while I work on her ears and horns. Maybe when I'm painting, so it's not like, you know, like loud and distracting. Although you guys think it's like ASMR, don't you? Yeah?
Hey, pretty hellhound. Hope you have a wonderful stream.
Me?
I wanted to ask if you had the opportunity to see my Fuse bead fan art I made of you and Tricky for her birthday,
Oh my gosh,
and if you liked it. Posted it in your Discord and Twitter. It has definitely been my biggest art yet. All the love and affection, and love your cosplay making streams.
It's actually
Thank
so
you for
great
Ev.
that you brought that up. I haven't had the chance to go through my art tag on Twitter. I've just been busy. I've been meaning to retweet more fan art from you guys. So I will get to that. Probably this weekend. But it's so funny because I saw it in my Discord server, and then Tricky actually sent it to me in our DMs, and she was like, "Did you see this?" And I was like, "Yeah, it looks like it took forever. It's so cute." And she's like, "It does. I love it." It was really cute. I saw like a bunch of really cute fan art lately. I'm so thankful. Well, Tricky was like getting so excited over the fan art from her birthday. She's so sweet. I love her so much. I typically spend a lot of time sanding, especially on stream. Especially the Numi horns and the Vienna horns and now Tricky's horns. But I think it's a really important part of the process because finishing is huge. Like the way your finish looks on what you're making. But that's also just the perfectionist master craftsman in me. From all my years of cosplaying and being judged. Literally judged in contests and stuff. So, and especially if it's not for me, like if this was for like a small personal project, I probably wouldn't spend as much time sanding and getting it perfect, but because it's for my friends, I want it to be like my best work, you know? I want them to really, really like it. And I know they're gonna like it anyway. Even Vienna DM'd me when I worked on her stuff last. She was like, "Oh, I saw your stream! Like, that's so cool!" And she was getting all excited about it. She was so cute. So yeah, if you're like, "Wait, Numi Vienna? What do you mean?" So, I'm the kind of person who likes to jump around working on different things. I do that when I'm like making any kind of cosplay. Like if I were to make Shinigami, if I were to make her, if we hit the goal, I would do like the horns one day, and then I'd be like, I feel like sewing, and then I'll like sew maybe like a bow, and then I'll go back and I'll be like, I feel like making the crown, and then I'll do that like another day, and then maybe I didn't finish the horns, and then I'll go back and finish the horns the next day, and I jump around a lot, because if I just work on the same thing, then I don't want to get bored and then not want to work on it anymore. That's my thing, because going into cosplay, if you want to make something, you want to make sure that it is something you're passionate about, because chances are you're gonna be working on this costume for months and months and months and months and months, and you don't want to get sick and tired of what you're working on. So it's really important, like let's say this is very specific to like sewing work, but if you're sewing beading can take literal like weeks straight, like no sleep. Like that's how much time, like it takes so long to thread this tiny needle with these tiny little beads, and then you gotta sew them all on this like big ball gown sometimes, and it's really, really time consuming, and I would probably go crazy if I just sat down and did all that for hours and hours and hours on end. That's why I like to jump around a lot, so I don't get sick and tired of what I'm working on. So last progress update on Numi's horns. We have a resin cast of her horn, of one of them. I still have to do the other one. The mold came out super wonky, so there's still some parts I need to sand. There's still like a little bit of clay stuck to it from the mold. So I'm gonna be casting another one of these and then sanding them both to get rid of the weird like lines that showed up in them. But that's okay, not a big deal. But this is very sturdy resin. It's the quick setting 10-minute resin, so it'll take 10 minutes to cast another one. Just haven't had time. This is the mold and the mold box. There's one of my hairs on that. I'm so sorry. That's so gross. I shed everywhere, actually. If you see me in person, I'm so sorry if you walk away with one of my hairs on you. But yeah, this is the mold. We kind of had to rip it apart to get it out of there, but it still worked. Still worked, so it's not that bad. And then I also have Vanna's horns here. They're essentially good to go to make a mold. I just want to carve the ridges. I'm probably gonna make a guide. Although I think I need to sand this a little more. It's still a little rough up here. So I'm going to probably use my Dremel. And there's a rotary cutting bit attachment. So I'm probably just gonna like cut grooves all the way around on her two little horns. Like that, and then I will make another mold box, and then do the same silicone, and then resin, and then make another set of horns for the other side, and then all of her horns will be done. So I've been doing things in batches, but of course all the time I have to work on these is done on stream pretty much, so it is not ideal. That's also why I was a little upset when I became so busy as a streamer, because cosplay is something I'm really passionate about, and I knew that I wasn't gonna really be able to do it anymore, and I had come to accept that I might not be able to cosplay or like make myself a cosplay ever again. This is so depressing. And I don't know if I'll ever have the time to make like a full ass like handmade cosplay on my own, just because of how busy I am. But this is a really good compromise for me to be able to work on some like smaller parts. I'm not able to sew really because my sewing machine is really big, and from a top-down view you wouldn't really be able to see much because the sewing machine would take up a lot of that space. But I think this is a really good compromise. And I can also talk to you guys about my experiences and advice. It's 100% possible to dye the resin, yes. What some people do, depending on the kind of mold that you have, if you have like a one-part mold, this is really easy. What some people do is instead, depending on the kind of finish you want on your resin, you can either dye the resin, or you can, depending on the kind of mold you have, you can brush on paint. It has to be a very specific kind of paint, I believe. But you can brush the paint inside the mold, so that way when you pour in the resin and peel it out, it's colored. I think that's mostly with like silicone castings is how people dye. But it is another option for dyeing casts, is to put the paint in the mold, and then when you pour it into the mold, it sticks to the paint, and then when you peel it up, the paint stays on your cast and not the mold. It's really, really cool. I'm so glad you like the crafting streams. It makes me so happy. Iconics, thank you for 12 months. Thank you for a year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I definitely sanded this one a lot more. I'm definitely being like very nitpicky, even though I'm going to be using the spray primer after this step. I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. But I definitely sanded this one a lot more than this one. You can just see this one's darker. So I think I'll go back and sand this one a little bit more too. But I don't want to sand this one too much because the grooves are a little more shallow, and I don't want to sand them off completely. Just like a little bit. Just like the tiniest, littlest bit. I will be at TwitchCon, yeah. I'm excited. Also, if you are into crafting, or you want to get into crafting, or cosplay, or sculpting, or any other kind of creative medium, I have a cosplay channel in my Discord that you can share your own cosplays, cosplayers that you like, all kinds of fun, crafty things. Scritchy sandpaper, you guys like that? You like the sandpaper ASMR? Minecrafting, that's a little different. Although, I'd love to get back into playing Minecraft again. It's just, the Bounce SMP server, not a whole lot of people are in there anymore, so it's not as fun and exciting as it once was. But I'm sure there's gonna be another server popping up that we'll all be back in again. And that'll be fun. Another thing, just because of the nature of 3D printing, so it prints in layers. And once it builds up to the top layer, it kind of gets a little wonky just because the tip is so thin, and of course it's not gonna focus at all. But sometimes the tips can bend a little bit, and you can see the lines a little more clearly at the top. So I'm gonna try to get that as smooth as I can. We'll see how good that'll turn out, but kind of a janky tip, just a little bit. But it can be fixed. There's a bunch of different ways. You can also sand like this. Just don't want to sand too much of it. I should wait for the primer. Also to finish the bottom, to get the bottom nice and smooth. But I don't think I'll have to worry about that too much. What I'm going to be doing, I'm still trying to brainstorm how I'm going to do this. So in order to spray the primer onto these, I need like a way to hold it without getting primer all over my hands. So originally how I was going to attach these was with wire. So I was going to embed wire in the bottom here and then wrap it around the headband and then clamp it down really, really sturdy so it doesn't move around. And also to make sure it doesn't have the chance of just like snapping off, because if I were to just glue this onto a headband, there's always a chance it might get knocked around and I wouldn't want the attachment to just kind of pop off. But if it's wrapped around with wire, then it's not just gonna pop off. So, I might end up like super gluing or maybe using like an epoxy putty. I'll probably drill a hole, and because it's somewhat hollow on the inside, I will feed the wire into the horn and then probably fill it with epoxy to make sure that it's not going anywhere, because that's half the battle, is getting the wire in there, but then it could just as easily slide right out. So, caulk, not necessarily caulk, that I use for like smoothing out holes, not necessarily strength for keeping it in there. We don't need caulk for this project. Have used it before, but we won't need it for this one. Which is so not fitting. I'll have to find a way. But once the wire's in there, I'll be able to hold the horns by the wire and then hold the wire while I'm painting it. So that way I won't get messy. And then it'll also double as the attachment. So it'll be nice and easy. There's this kind of caulking called Quick Seal that I like to use for cosplay. For filling, it's mostly used for filling foam gaps. Cock jump scare! Hear me out! Look out! Watch out for the cock! If you're gluing two pieces of foam together, you have a little seam. And in order to hide that seam and make it look seamless, you fill in the crack with Quick Seal, which is a caulking. And because it is flexible and paintable, it works great for foam and cosplay props. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. Those are about the same color now. That's better. Now we can work on one of the big boys. Yeah. Let me start at the bottom. A good way to start making armor. Not traditional armor. Like little pieces of armor? I never played Ratchet and Clank. So like, I don't know what you mean by non-traditional armor. So my recommendation for armor beginners is to start with foam. EVA foam. I buy my EVA foam off of a website called TNT Cosplay Supply. It is spelled like the dynamite, TNT Cosplay Supply. You can buy all kinds of different thicknesses. I would use either 6mm or 8mm for armor pieces, and then you can use thinner stuff for details. Typically comes in black and white, or I know you can also get super high density HD foam that usually comes in gray. You probably wouldn't need that though. Use contact cement to glue pieces together. Do not use hot glue. Hot glue is the bane of every cosplayer's existence, to some extent. Actually, maybe the bane of every cosplayer's existence is like wig styling. But if you want like base armor patterns, Kinpatsu is a really good resource. She has a website where she has digital downloadable patterns for just like general armor. She's got female armor sets, male presenting armor sets. She's got patterns for horns and hats and helmets, all kinds of stuff. So I would definitely check out her website. She has a lot of like really affordable patterns that are very easy to follow. All made with foam. What kind of hand workouts do I do? None. What do you mean by that? Lion, thank you for 7 months. Would you recommend using resin? No. Not on armor. I'd only use resin for like gems or like little pieces. If you cover an entire piece like of armor in resin, that's gonna get very heavy very fast. Yeah, but use contact cement for any kind of gluing. I mean, gluing almost anything really. You can't go wrong with contact cement. It has such a strong hold. And I love it very much. I live and die by contact cement. Makes it more realistic though? Not necessarily. You can get a very realistic finish just by sanding. And depending on how you finish it, you can 100% get away with foam armor that looks super metallic, shiny, realistic. Or if you're going for the more battle damage realism, that's even easier. Are metal materials generally banned? Good question. If you're using like a small piece of aluminum like in your sword to keep it like straight, then they'll probably be fine with that. However, if you're bringing like an actual metal pipe into a convention center, they're probably not gonna let you do it. But it's always at the discretion of the convention staff and security. So the typical rule is if you were to hit somebody with it, what would break first, the prop or the person? And if the answer is the prop, then you're probably good. You're probably good to bring it. It's just for safety. They want to make sure nothing is really gonna actually hurt somebody. No, you cannot, you know, forge and smelt your steel and hammer it. It's a good way to go about it, yeah. No metal pipe sound effect. Well, the sound effect, yes, but no actual metal pipes. The work that goes into it, yeah, it really depends on what you're making, but sometimes, damn, people spend years just working on one costume. Gender swapped version of Harley Quinn called Charlie Quinn. Oh, that's cute. The shiny black look the horns have is nice. Yeah, so they look nice from like this distance. And typically, if you're in a crunch making your cosplay, they usually have a 5-foot rule. If it looks good from 5 feet away, then you're good. Like, that's fine for pictures. If you don't have like craftsmanship judging and you don't have to make things perfect, if it's not gonna be for somebody else, if somebody else isn't gonna be buying it from you, then like this would probably pass as okay. But if you look closer, you can see like here, this is where the supports were broken off because when this is printed, so it sits flat on the printing bed like this, and then it prints layer by layer and it slowly moves up. But then once it gets like off to the side here, if it didn't have any kind of support, the plastic, the way 3D printers work, I should explain this, is it takes a big spool of plastic, heats it up, and then while it's hot and melty, it just spits it out in the shape, and then it cools, and then it moves up a layer, and it spits out another ring of print, and it just goes back and forth, and it moves slowly up. But when you start getting, you know, off to the side, there's nothing to support this underneath. So if you don't have supports, it'll just like drip because it's melted plastic. So we don't want it to drip. So there's supports that print with this print, and I showed it off on one of my streams when I first got these done, but the supports were kind of triangular with a bunch of bars supporting this part of the print, and it stuck to the back side here, so that's why it looks a little bit rougher right here. But also if you get up really close, like here, you can kind of see there's a bunch of lines and striations where the printing, it's just a natural cause from how 3D printers work, the different layers that it prints in. So that's why I'm sanding it down, and naturally sanding will dull the surface. There will be no test, you don't have to worry about that. Just explaining it for those of you who are interested. But I'm sanding it to rough out the surface, get it a little bit smoother, and then I'm going to be spraying all 6 horns with primer, the spray primer. And then after that's dry, I'm gonna be sanding it again, just dry sanding it, and going from there to get rid of the lines. Watch. Tree supports? Tree supports. I'm not like a 3D printing pro, and I don't do it very often. So I don't know what those look like. I assume they look like a tree. I know about the fill, and I know about the rafts and the supports and stuff like that. Dead proof! Thank you for 3 months! You like the music? Oh goodness. Feathers for Tricky's ears. Yeah, so I've made wings before. I'm very familiar with how feathers are intended to lay. The issue I was facing though was that her ears are shaped like this, right? More or less. These are just like very rough. This is very rough, okay? But her ears are generally shaped like this. And this does not look like a bird wing. That's kind of where the issue I was facing came into play. Because if I were to, you know, put the feathers like this, then they wouldn't really line up right. So, even on the inside too, because I wanted there to be a little floof, because it looks like there's a bit of floof in the ears. So that's why I think I'm going to try making them more wing-shaped, like her OG model, and see what that looks like. And then I'm just gonna have her decide what she wants me to make. I'm not making the headpiece, I'm just making the ears and horns. She actually already has the headpiece. The headpiece on her brand new model that she just debuted is actually based off of a headpiece that she has. Like, she actually has it. It's so cute, it's so pretty. She's worn it for meet and greets before. Yeah! Fun facts about Tricky. But like I said, I'd really love to have her on stream while I'm crafting. So maybe when we get to the painting stage of the horns, or maybe even I can make her ears with her here on stream, and then she can decide what shape they should have, what shaped ears would suit her best, would make her happy. Because sometimes models can differ, like the design changes a little bit from model to model, so I'd want her opinion on it.
Cinder, 6 heart.
Thank you! Thank you for 5,000 biddies! Thank you so much! Oh, guys, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Streams are relaxing? I'm glad. Thank you. Oh, these big horns are gonna look so nice. I'm not as worried about sanding down these little ridges because they're deeper and bigger on these. They're just filling up with the sanding dust a little bit, so I'm just kind of scraping it out of there. And then I'll probably... Yeah, I think I should wipe these down. My dad does have like an air compressor, like an air tank with the little air blasting nozzle for when he's out working in his garage and he's getting all like dirty and sandy and dusty and stuff. So he's got a little pressurized air that he uses to clean off his clothes so the dust doesn't get everywhere. And I use it sometimes when I Dremel at his house. Nice and smooth. Also, do you guys like the EDM? Or do you like the lo-fi better? An air jet? It's an air compressor. Have I used rivets? I've used like studs and grommets. What do you mean by rivets? Rock and roll. The Stream Beats like metal rock playlist only has like a dozen songs in it, and if I'm not paying attention, then it'll switch to another playlist that might not have DMCA free music. So I just keep up either EDM or lo-fi because it has like hundreds of songs in here. Both are good. Fine either way. Like lo-fi because you want to sleep. Aww. Is the sandpaper giving you the ASMR tinglies? The sleepy ASMR tingles? X-Soldier! Thank you for 12 months! Thank you for a year! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Boing, 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 boing. Yeah, non-DMCA safe music is fun, but then I can't upload the VOD later. And a lot of you guys like catching up on my crafting VODs. And I also don't want to get bonked too badly by the copyright gods. Yeah. It's okay though. I figured we had the lo-fi playlist up for the last two chill streams, so I switched to EDM. Just for a bit. We can always switch playlists. Bye, Radar! Thank you for subbing! Thank you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you like crafting. Or at least watching people craft. Here you can really see, especially with the sanding dust, you see right here, all of these lines. That is what I'm trying to get rid of. And my tracking... Shut up! No! Did you hear her? She stopped my tracking! I wasn't talking to you. Yeah, the 3D print striations might not look too noticeable on camera. And I mean, they're subtle in person. But then again, it's also a black filament, which tends to hide a lot of details just because it's dark. Once it's painted, with the pinks and the purples, it would show up a lot more. And I want these to look extra smooth and pretty and dragon-like. Just very satisfying getting like a nice smooth finish on anything really. Probably need some new sandpaper soon. You can see them just a little bit, yeah, just like a little bit. It's more noticeable because now that I'm sanding it, it's getting lighter. And because it's lighter, you can see the details more. Because the dark print kind of hides it a little bit. That's why dark colors are more flattering to wear, because they hide all your imperfections. It's more slimming. That's why I'm in a dark bodysuit. It's just science. Used a rivet on the horns. Oh, like if I were to drill like through the headband, that is another option. The only thing is that these aren't solid. They're hollow on the inside, so I wouldn't want to break or crack these at all. We're witnessing the start of my grand plan to make all my friends IRL cosplay themselves. How did you know? So like my idea behind making like headbands for my friends was so that way we could all wear like our VTuber headbands, and then we would all take a picture together at our next like convention where everybody's there. It'll definitely break if you drill through it. Yeah, you also want to be careful because if you do drill, I have used a drill before, so don't come after me, okay? I know how they fucking work. Usually you want like a solid. I usually use like a block of wood. You want something solid, and you want to put whatever you're drilling like flat, and then you drill down. So then all the force is getting like drilled. If you're holding something and trying to drill into it, it's not as sturdy, and you're likely to make mistakes if you're just trying to hold the drill up against the surface. And then because this plastic is relatively thin compared to what drills have drilled through before, you can slip pretty easily, and you might accidentally drill through one of these sides or through the whole thing. If you're drilling into your hand, you're insane in the first place. Yeah, very unsafe. So I don't know how I'd be able to hold this down to like drill into it without putting a lot of unnecessary force onto this. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to use... I think I actually might have a drill bit on my Dremel, which would be a little bit easier. That way I have more control, it's a little more compact, and I'm less likely to drill through the whole thing. I can make it go a little bit slower, so it's a slower process. The safer, I mean, safer is subjective. I could also just use a soldering iron and then just melt the plastic to get a little hole. That way I can stick the wire in and then put the epoxy putty in there and seal it all up good. But using a soldering iron creates really toxic fumes when you melt any kind of plastic. It is not good to breathe in. That's another option though. Although I really want to get an electric soldering iron. I could, like, you know, they're cheap enough I could just buy one. But I've got a butane one, which is kind of a pain. Higher speed with less pressure, then slow it down. I'll try the Dremel. I'll try the Dremel first, probably. Yeah, no toxic fumes. When I was working on the Super Crown, I was using a lot of contact cement, and it was open for very long periods of time. And then after that crafting stream, I had a really bad headache. So don't be like me. Do not use contact cement in a poorly ventilated basement with just tiny little basement windows. Do it outside, do it in the garage, do it in a well-ventilated space. Please, don't be like me. Do as I say, not as I do. Trust me. Trust me. Coming from a master craftswoman. Oh, also speaking of the Super Crown cosplay making streams, I was trying to find my large Dremel sanding bit because it was the perfect size, because I had made a Super Crown before and I was revamping the one that I had before. I'm gonna cut another piece of sandpaper. And I was looking for the bigger Dremel bit and I couldn't find it, and I said maybe I'll ask Papa Wolf, you know, if he used the Dremel maybe and forgot to put it back in there or something. And so last time I went to his house, I asked him about it. And he says, oh yeah, you remember when I used it like a long time ago? The bit wasn't in there all the way and the whole thing just like flew in the garage and he couldn't find it because the garage is always a mess and it's huge and there's so many things in there and a lot of equipment. And so my big Dremel sanding bit was kind of lost to the void of Papa Wolf's garage. And then one day I was visiting and Papa Wolf went out to the garage to go get something. And you'll never believe this. Guess what he fucking found? It's the larger sanding bit! So this whole thing this whole thing like flew out of the Dremel, like it completely disconnected. It wasn't just like the sanding drum. It was the whole bit. Like this whole thing flew across the garage. I just haven't had a chance to put this back in my my Dremel case, so I've been keeping this in a very safe spot. No, nobody got hurt. It was just him in the garage and it just went flying. But yeah, that's why you always want to wear eye protection when you're using a Dremel. And so this is what I was kind of saying. When you have the sanding bit like a little bit higher up than the washer and the nut holding it together, what you can do is press it down and you'll get like a perfect circle. And this size bit is perfect for the kind of magnets I use because the magnets are just about this size. So that's why I was looking for this bit, because it was perfect for when I was installing the magnets into my crown. I just had to do a little extra work with the smaller bit, but that one is like so perfect to use. Beautiful horns, thank you. I really hope Tricky likes them. I can imagine how tired she must be after her debut. But tomorrow, we are actually going to be hanging out on stream together with a comfy power washing simulator stream. And we're just going to be hanging out and chatting and doing some very satisfying cleaning. But like I said earlier, I'd love to have her, if she wants to. If she wants to just chat on stream while I work on her horns and ears. I did eat before stream, yeah. I had some pizza. It was really good. This place, this pizza place that I went to was doing like a special, and the kind of pizza they had for their special was, it was chicken and broccoli with mushrooms. I don't really like mushrooms. But it was that, garlic, all covered in teriyaki sauce on a pizza. I was like, I need to try this. That sounds baller. It was a lot of stuff. I'm not like the kind of person, if there's enough toppings on a pizza, even if there's one topping I don't like, I'll still eat it because like it's not that prominent. But those mushrooms were pungent. And I was like, ooh, I'm not a big mushroom fan. So I picked up some of the mushrooms, but it wasn't that big of a deal. You know Papa Wolf flipped that garage upside down looking for his girl's tool. It's actually his Dremel that I kind of took over ownership of. Now he calls it my Dremel. He's so funny. The one power tool I actually bought for myself was the heat gun. That was the one thing that Papa Wolf didn't have in his garage. But it comes in handy because sometimes he uses it. My aunt actually just asked to borrow it a couple months ago. But yeah, the drill is his. The soldering iron is his. The Dremel is his. But he lets me take stuff. I'll like rummage around in his toolbox and I'll pull out. I actually grabbed one of the wire cutters because I would need one for the wire that I have for these headbands. And I was like, I took a picture of them in my hand and I was like, can I take these? And he was like, yeah, sure, but I could give you something else, something better. And then that's when he gave me the whole toolkit, this thing. Papa Wolf just whipped this out of nowhere and he's like, here, you can have it. Just like a bunch of little cutters and snippers and pliers. He's great. I got it all dusty. Oh my goodness, my hands are covered in dust. I didn't even realize it. Borrowed, i.e. permanently took it for myself. Literally. My parents are great though. I do got tools. And I know how to use them. Love the wolf parents. Aww. What material for the horns? This is just 3D printed with filament. What? Father's greatest honor is the tool trust passed down. Aww. I remember the first time he taught me how to use like the drill. He was like, "Let me do it. Let me do it." You love watching me make cosplays? Hi, Sugi. Thank you. Dedication you need to have to be a proper cosplayer? Well, I mean, it's just about having passion. Cosplayers can get their stuff commissioned. They can buy their cosplays. That still makes them a cosplayer. It's just extra steps if you want to make it yourself. But as long as you have a cosplay and you're having fun, you're a valid cosplayer. Doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get there. Father's always like that, let me do it. Well, it was also my first time using a drill, and he was like, don't get hurt. Because I'm an only child, and he doesn't want anything happening to his daughter. I mean, if you want to cosplay, like, Sailor Moon, there's so many of those that you could buy online. But, you know, maybe you want to try your hand at making it. That's also totally fine. Hey, Ari, you like the horns? Thank you. I know they look better on this side, but I promise this is good too. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Well, people are at different skill levels, and they have different resources, they have different budgets, and sometimes it's more feasible to buy a $60 cosplay than to spend $200 on materials for that same cosplay. Some people don't have the time to dedicate to making stuff. Yeah, trust the process. So, what we're actually doing right now, this is the raw 3D print, and you can see there's little striations just from the nature of the 3D print, and I'm trying to make them smooth. So they don't look like 3D prints, they look like real dragon horns. So I've been sanding these down to get them a little bit smoother and also rough up the surface a little bit so they're not as like slippery smooth, if that makes sense. And then I'm going to spray them with a sandable primer. And once that's dry, I'm going to dry sand them again. And depending on how well that works, I might need to hit it with a second coat and sand them again. I won't be able to spray them on stream just because I'd have to pause my stream a while for that, and I don't like doing that. So it's also simple. I'm sure you guys know what spray painting stuff looks like. It's essentially the same thing. How do you get them to be the right angle? You saw the base? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I can also build up like the bottoms here. I also might put something on the bottom just because this might be a little rough. I mean, it's not that bad, but there's gonna be a wire sticking out of here anyway, so essentially I could just bend the wire in the right shape, right angle, because technically her horns are this angle. They're not exactly sideways, they're not exactly straightforward, they're kind of like here. So, we'll see. We'll see. Thought Tricky had 4 horns. Sometimes it can be a little hard to tell with her ears. That's why I'm really glad she has this reference in her Discord server, because it's a nice, clear image of the proportions of the horns to each other and her head. So, thank you, Tricky. Art with Sinder? Those are my arts and crafts streams. Plans to glue a loop of wire to the exterior? No, what I'm going to do is either use a drill bit attachment on my Dremel or just my soldering iron and poke a little hole in the base of the horns. Then I'm going to put wire through the horn, and then I'm going to solidify it. At first I thought I would just use super glue, but I think I'm going to end up using epoxy putty and just like smushing it all in there, so that way it is stuck in there and there's no chance of the wire pulling back out. Because the things with glue is that certain kinds of glue hold better to different materials than other kinds, and trying to find a glue that sticks to everything is a little difficult. I don't want to use contact cement because that'll stick as soon as it touches itself. Don't we all? And I don't want to use hot glue because hot glue will melt and it's not very strong and sturdy. I don't work with super glue well enough to know if it'll hold strong, but I know for a fact epoxy putty will be like concrete, and that's not going to go anywhere. So I'm probably going to shove epoxy in there, and then I could always, you know, cut it off before it's done hardening. And then that way the wire will stay in there. The wire will be stuck in there so I can hold the wire while I spray the primer on, and then I'll be sanding it again. And then I'm going to use the wire sticking out to wrap around the headband. That way there is no chance of this breaking off at all or sliding around. Because if I clamp the wire on really, really tight with the clamps, with the pliers, then it's probably not going to go anywhere. But I could always slide them up and down to reposition where they are and then clamp them, just so I can readjust it, because when something is sitting on a headband, it looks differently than when it's stretched open and positioned on somebody's head. Also depends on how big the head is and how much the headband has to bend. So it's gonna take some finagling. So I think the wire is a better option to give me some more versatility on where I can position it instead of just gluing it down in a one permanent spot. It's a huge diameter wire. I've got 12 gauge wire. It doesn't have to be anything too strong, and I don't want it to be too thick either, so it's not bulky when I wrap it around. But these are not very heavy at all, so 12 gauge wire will definitely be enough to support these horns. CA glue recommended for 3D prints? Well, I don't want it to just stick to the print. I also need it to stick to the wire. So I definitely need something that's gonna stick to everything, if that makes sense. Like my nails? Thank you. They're getting a little messy. But thank you. I feel like most of the time spent on my crafting streams has just been sanding. But I'm glad you guys still like the crafting streams. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to rely on the filler primer to really get these out. There's like so much dust stuck in these little cracks. Dusty, dusty cracks. Dusty, dusty. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Spray paint for the horns? I'm using a spray primer, and then I'm going to be sanding the primer to get them extra smooth. But when I actually paint the colors on them, I'm probably going to be hand painting because I want to get like a nice smooth gradient like her horns are. I mean, I could just use 2 different kinds of spray paint, but I feel like I'll have more control if I hand paint the gradient and like blend it while I'm painting. Yeah, the primer is gonna be done outside. Don't you worry about that. 100%. You're worried I'm gonna sand my nail? I mean, I've done it before, but it's not that big of a deal. I've done this same song and dance. This ain't my first rodeo. Yeah, I know it can be achieved with spray paint, but it's also hard to color match spray paint. And I have more control and more experience with hand painting. Also, it's kind of easy sometimes to mess up spray paint depending on like what the nozzle's like. I'm always very messy with spray paint. But like, for example, you go to a store with spray paint and all you have to go off of is the color of the cap, unless they have like the spray painting paper like station. But I feel like a lot of places near me have been getting rid of that because people have been abusing like spraying the spray paint everywhere. But at craft stores, this is my little hack. Are you ready for this one? If you need a very specific color of paint and you want to get acrylic paint to paint your cosplay stuff, you go and you get like the little tiny round bottles. They're like about this tall, this wide, little bottles, right? They usually have the plastic covering around the top so you can't flip open the cap, but you can unscrew the cap. And if you unscrew the cap, you can open it to see what the actual color of the paint is on the inside. So what I usually do is I'll pick up a color that I think I'll like, I'll shake it so the paint gets in the cap, and then I'll open it and I'll look inside the cap to see in real life like what the paint looks like. Big brain. Giga brain, baby. So that's what I like to do because color matching is a huge thing for me. And I've been there where I bought a color that I think is good, and when I started painting with it, it didn't look as good. Especially for something like Tricky's horns, it's a very specific purple to like pinkish gradient. So I definitely want to find the right colors. And getting specific colors like this in spray paint is also a little difficult to do sometimes. Platinum Nuzlocke. Thought about doing another Nuzlocke. More recent Pokemon game. I don't really like the more recent Pokemon games, and older Pokemon games are easier to Nuzlocke. I do want to do a Soul Link though. Conveniently enough with Tricky. I'd love to do one with Tricky because we're both like diehard Pokemon fans. I wouldn't say diehard. I'm not diehard. We just really both love Pokemon. You like when I teach you things? I'm glad. I know not everybody's into crafting, but you know, sometimes like using, I don't know, Dremels and heat guns and power tools and stuff can be useful in everyday life. Yeah? Fave Pokemon Haunter! Blah, blah, blah. Haunter is partially what inspired my chat mascot, the Pyro Pups. The fire ghost puppies, the damned souls. The dead ghost fire doggies. You'd like a Soul Link stream with Chicky? I think that'd be so much fun. What if we did a Soul Link, but can we do one with like the what's the one where they like mash up the Pokemon? Where they like fuse them? Pokemon Fusion? That, but like Soul Link. Wouldn't that be wild? Can you imagine? Yeah, like a randomizer. Infinite Fusion.
Love what you're
Soul
doing.
Link.
Keep it up.
Thank you, Wolf. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Would that be funny? I actually have a lot of stuff planned with Tricky. She's my bestie. I love her so much. Yeah, I did see the Eevee backpack. I saw it this morning. I was considering buying it. So you guys know how I bought the Shinigami pop-up parade figure? Because we were talking about it the other day. They just came out with a Nendoroid of her. So guess what I bought today? Crowd control Soul Link? What the hell? No way. When's the GamerSub stuff releasing for Europe? I don't know what GamerSub stuff you're talking about. If you mean like my GamerSub stuff, my waifu cut pre-orders said that they can take up to 12 to 14 weeks to be shipped because they need to manufacture a lot of them. There was a lot of cups that you guys ordered. But if you're talking about like my flavor is still in development. They have been in talks and communication with their flavor people to develop flavors. So mine is underway. Very excited. I know you guys are gonna love it. It's gonna be really, really yummy. Egglepalm, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. Yeah, it said it on the page when pre-orders are up, but I don't know. I feel like people miss it. People get more excited about looking at the actual products than when it releases. I'm the same way. I think the Shinigami stuff is pre-order, but I was just like, I don't care. I definitely want it, so I'm just gonna buy it now. And then like months will go by, and I'm like, wait a minute. I got some things. It's just like in the moment, you're more excited about the thought of getting it than worrying about shipping. BioWrath, thank you for subbing. Welcome. Thank you very much. You don't believe it's foam? It's not. It's not foam. Although foam sands very well too. This is sanded foam also. Hold on, it looks disgusting because it's covered in my sanding dust. This is foam. Would you believe me if I told you this was foam? All my stuff is covered in this dust now. Yeah, this is sanded foam. This was also sanded. So don't be like, foam doesn't sand good. I love sanding foam. It's so satisfying. Kind of looks like a little turd. Everything I make kind of looks like a little turd. Until I'm done with it. And then it becomes a polished turd. And then it becomes a painted turd. And then it becomes an award-winning turd. And I still have self-doubt. I can't. Yeah, all the turds. A wearable turd? Yeah. That's why Confunk exists. Too many people be smelling like turds at conventions because they don't wear deodorant. Painted turd is a mood. It feels nice because every other cosplay I've worked on has been in a time crunch because it's usually for a competition for specific conventions. Typically, okay, do as I say, not as I do. Do not enter a cosplay craftsmanship competition if your cosplay is not anywhere near done yet. You should take your time. Make it the way you want it to be. Make it perfect. No stress. Troubleshoot everything you may need to troubleshoot. And then when it's all done, then plan a convention to wear it at and compete in. Do not be like me and every single craftsmanship competition enter in when you're like in the middle of working on it. It's not procrastination. It's just like convention will come up and then prejudging applications will open and I'm like, hey, yeah. And then I'll realize how much work I have left and I'm like, oh shit. I should do this. I think the fastest my record for like making a cosplay was it was kind of thrown together. It was mostly the portal gun. I made a Portal gun, and I had like a half-ass shell cosplay from Portal. But I built a whole ass Portal gun in 2 days. And I cried over it a lot. And it was heavy as fuck because I made it out of PVC pipes and like industrial epoxy because my glue wasn't sticking. And my dad was like, just buy epoxy. And I was like, you're so right. Yeah, 2 days. It still looked pretty damn good though. It just didn't hold up over time because it was too rushed. But for like whole cosplay, like handmade from scratch, I think it was like 16 days. It was like a little over 2 weeks. I can't say what it was because I cosplay a lot of obscure things. But yeah, I mostly cosplay Danganronpa. Danganronpa characters. I'm pretty sure the count is 12. I think it's at 12. And I'm still not satisfied. I still want to cosplay more Danganronpa girls. I want to cosplay Genshin characters. I actually have some Genshin cosplay that I have yet to wear or take photos of. Who? Let's just say that my dad has been begging me to do a photo shoot on a pirate ship.
Hey, Sinder was just wondering if it's best to make the cosplay or to get one that's already made.
It depends.
Trying to cosplay whenever I lose more weight.
So, this is usually what I take into consideration whether I want to buy something or make it myself. If it's like a Sailor Fuku, just buy that shit. You don't need to make a skirt and a top and spend all that time. Like, there's millions of them out there. You could just buy that. Like Sailor Moon, you could just buy it unless you really want to make it like super fancy and pretty and like perfect. But if it's like a school uniform, like the My Hero school uniforms, right? Very readily available, very affordable, very easy to just purchase. But if it's like a Genshin cosplay, those are more intricate and harder for a lot of people to make. Some of them can look kind of cheap. Some of them can be really, really high quality. But if you want it to look like 100% authentic, then people usually opt to make it from scratch. Yes, it's Beidou. When I told him that I got a pirate cosplay, he was like, oh, I'm gonna look for a pirate ship. Because my dad was like my dedicated, designated cosplay photographer for a long time. We would go on location shoots together. We'd go location scouting if I know I had like a specific character coming up for a photo shoot. Like Junko. You guys know I cosplayed Junko from Danganronpa, and Danganronpa takes place in a school. So I was like, Dad, wouldn't it be cool if we did a photo shoot in a school? And he says, yeah. So we looked around and we were able to get permission to take photos in like a classroom. So it was really, really cool. They do make photo sets for that though, so you don't have to like go through all that trouble. Yeah, Junko! I love her so much. She's so much fun to cosplay as. Shadowfox, thank you for 6 months. Thank you. But yeah, my dad takes my pictures. It's so funny actually. Way back when, 10 years ago, when I first started cosplaying, my very first cosplay, and then I started doing it more, and it was like my hobby for years and years and years, and my dad for the longest time was like, why are you wasting your money on this? And like, you know, like it's like a silly hobby, and you can spend your money more wisely and stuff like that. Like spending money at silly anime conventions and making these silly outfits. He would say that, but if I ever needed my help to make something, he would help me. And over time, he got really into photography, and we did just like some portrait shots together, him and I, and we went to this really pretty location and just like out in nature, right? And he started getting really into it, and he's like, wow, like we had a lot of fun on this trip. And was like, we made it into a family road trip, and he started investing more in his photography equipment. Another very expensive hobby, might I add. And then over time, he's been dying to do more photo shoots. He's like, when are we gonna shoot next? Like when's the next time you're gonna have a costume ready? And now that I'm like too busy to cosplay and I've spent more of my time streaming than cosplaying, he's like, I've been waiting like a year. We haven't done a photo shoot. I still want to do that pirate photo shoot. I think we still have to find somewhere to do that. But he's like getting so antsy and wanting to take pictures of my next cosplay so bad. He's like, I need my model. It's just so nice. They've always been supportive. They just want to make sure I'm being smart. I'm being smart about my spending habits and my hobbies, making sure I'm doing what makes me happy. Because oftentimes I would be hella stressing out about figuring out how to make stuff and problem solving and then time crunching for a convention. And my dad is like, you like doing this stuff? Like, you're always like so stressed. Are you sure about that? But I think the fact that I would make stuff instead of just like buying the costumes straight up also helped, because he saw that it was a creative endeavor and I was able to make stuff that made me happy. Sometimes stress can be fun. It's all worth it, especially because I would compete, and it's like you get up on that stage and you get this like huge adrenaline rush, and then you embody the character you're cosplaying and you're so in the zone and you're feeling yourself and the crowd is cheering and you're like, wow. It's all worth it. It's just a lot of fun. But yeah, it's cool because my dad was the one who would take pictures of my cosplays, and my mom was the one who would actually go to conventions with me. My mom never wanted to miss a competition I was in. She was always there if I was competing at a convention. Both my parents are the best. I've told this story many times before, but I just love telling it, and she's probably watching the stream right now. So my mom took me to my very first anime convention, and like I said, I've gone to conventions before without her, just like hanging out with my friends, but if I'm competing, it doesn't matter if I'm going with my friends. It doesn't matter if I'm just going with my mom. She's going to be there because I'm competing and she wants to see me in person on stage. And my mom can do like the taxi whistle, like the really loud whistle, like with the fingers in your mouth, like the two fingers, and it's like a super like loud ear-piercing whistle, right? Like the super fucking loud whistle. And when I'm on stage, I hear that whistle every time I'm on stage, and I'm like, that's my mom! Because she'd be the only one doing that whistle every time that is me. Yeah, that's Mama Wolf. And then after a few years of her being my dedicated cosplay mom, as they say. So like a cosplay mom is usually like that mom friend that will like make sure you're hydrated and, you know, reminds you to eat, because that's a very common thing, forgetting to eat while being in cosplay. I found this t-shirt online and it says like cosplay mom, like I'll make sure my kids are fed and hydrated and carry their stuff if they need me to, and it's like all this like cute like helpful things that she always does for me and like my friends. Even like if I'm cosplaying with my friends and they need an extra hand to hold stuff, like she's always there. If I'm with my friends and we're just like sitting around hanging out, she's like, you guys want snacks? Like I brought snacks, and she carries around this big bag with just like a bunch of stuff and waters and food and things. So I got her this shirt that was like an accurate description of what a cosplay mom is, and she's like, I'm gonna wear it every time I go to a convention with you, and she has. But on days when she's not wearing the cosplay mom shirt, or days before I gifted that shirt to her, she would color coordinate her outfits with the cosplay that I was wearing that day, and sometimes she would also coordinate her hairstyle. Isn't that cute? Like, if my character has a ponytail, she would also wear a ponytail. If my character had a braid in the hair, then she would also braid her hair. Like, it's really, really cute. She's awesome. So freaking awesome. The mom everyone needs. Aww. Definitely my #1 fan. Thank you for the merch order. Oh no, Shadowfox! Thank you for 6 months. Uh-oh. Hold on, I'm gonna get my... Oh, my mouse is already covered in dust. It's fine. My mom messaged me. You're really calling me out, but I love it. Everybody thinks it's cute, Mom. I saw the Discord like notification pop up and I was like, whoa. This is my mom. She's lurking. She's always lurking. I told you I had a feeling she'd be lurking. She usually just like has my streams on in the background and just like listens. And then if something crazy happens on stream, she's like, she turns to my dad and she's like, "Are you seeing this? Look! Look what's happening! Look what's on our stream right now!" It was so funny. Ooh, these are gonna look so good. It's gonna be so, so good. She's got a spider sense when I talk about her. Nah, she's just always lurking. Unless it's like super duper late at night and she's gotta go to bed. The poor sandpaper. Look, I gotta make do with what I got. Yeah, I helped my parents set up their Discord accounts for when they called so I could have them on stream. That was a long time ago. 6 months ago was when they were on stream. What do I do with my cosplays after I wear them? Well, after a convention, I'll probably reuse them and wear them to another convention. Or I will wear them again to a photo shoot, so that way I have like really, really nice pictures and the memories can be in photo form. Like really nice, pretty photos and not like convention photos where it's in like fluorescent lighting and there's other people all around you and it's not an ideal photo setting. The lighting is bad. But sometimes I repurpose my cosplays and I will like take it apart and use those pieces to make something new. Oh. I think I need another piece. Another piece of sandpaper soon. You thought we hit the Shinigami goal? Not yet, but we're getting very close. So this goal is there we go. This goal is supposed to end when I finish the game, when I finish Raincode. Not the Gamer Subs. Get out of here. Oh, yes, 10% off. Use code Sinder at Gamer Subs if you want to get a flavor or a waifu cup. They're going to be having some really cool stuff dropping later. But this goal is supposed to last until I beat the game. I just finished chapter 0. So you have about 30 more hours of gameplay time. It's like a 36-hour game. Something crazy like that. So, it's looking pretty good. My expectations are not low. That's a very realistic, very, you know, normal goal. I would assume, yes. I would say so. Although for my birthday stream last year, you guys hit the goal within like, I don't know, an hour. And that was supposed to last until I beat Okami, which is another super fucking long game. Because we played Okami for my birthday. I remember my birthday this year. My birthday's actually coming up really soon. Ooh. I'm probably gonna play Twilight Princess. I really want to.
That's right, I forgot about the cosplay goal, Sinder.
No, it's okay. It's okay. There's plenty of time. Don't even worry about it. Okay? Okay? So thank you, Dan. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Please do that. Perhaps. It's my second favorite game. Danganronpa is on my top 3 games for sure, but Danganronpa doesn't have very good replay value because all the trials and mysteries and investigations are the same. So like if you already know how they died and who the murderer is, then it's not that, I don't know, it's not that fun. If that makes sense. You should play Okami if you haven't played yet. Literally my favorite game of all time. It is so good. I do have a highlight video up of me playing Okami from my birthday last year on my YouTube channel. If you wanna check it out. Oh yeah, I've played Okami so many times. One of your faves growing up? Hell yeah! Game I thought was cool but wasn't? Thought it was cool but wasn't. I don't know. I actually like got into playing more games recently. I wasn't like a hardcore gamer when I was younger because I was a cosplayer. I was a cosplayer for the last 10 years of my life, so that's where all that time was dedicated to. So yeah, I'm not like familiar with a lot of like popular games that people like grew up with. Loved her attempt at having an emote goal droid. Shut up! Done in 15 minutes. You're so crazy for that. I can't. You realize how fucking hard I cried after yesterday's stream, by the way? I tried to keep my composure because I wanted to keep my composure for Tricky, but oh my god. Droid is so generous. Like, I can't. I'm just a big baby. But I hate crying on stream. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, I get emotional when people are nice to me and do nice things for me, you know? And I'm very, very thankful. And maybe it's the imposter syndrome rearing its head.
I just got to Blockhead Grande in Okami.
Oh no.
And oh my god, how is that supposed to be possible?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Good luck. I usually have to cheat by taking a video, if I'm honest. I can't do that shit from memory. Just take a video while it's like paused, and then just play it back and do your best to match it up to the video. That's literally like the only way to do it. Hold on. Are you at the one at Ninetales? On Oni Island? Is that the one you're at, Jojo?
New badge and further goal progression, yes please.
That's a lot! Gilgamesh! That's a lot of fucking biddies. Congrats on the new badge. Again! Thank you so much. Holy shit. Gilgamesh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the biddies. They're dusty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are like over 2/3 of the way to the Juni guy cosplay goal. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't deserve it. I don't. You guys just want to see me wear a silly costume. And Solar, thank you for 18 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tries not to cry. Cries a lot. I'm the physical embodiment of that meme. For real. This is a 3D printed ABS filament. I think it's ABS. Filament. The plastic stuff. Robbie Will, thank you for 4 months. Thank you. I don't know exactly what kind of filament it is because my dad gets it. Because he knows like exactly what's correct for the printer. PLA? Or actually I think it is PLA. I don't know. I'd have to check. I'd have to ask him. Let me do the math real quick. 74%! Joy, thank you. Also, I know like the bits look like a lot because the bits are scaled up a lot more. Because like 100 bits, right, is like $1. And even though Twitch usually takes a cut before the cheer goes through, Twitch, I get 100% of the biddies. That's why I like to make the goals bits instead of subs, because as of right now, Twitch takes 50% of subs. So, but starting in October, that's gonna change from 50 to 70. So keep that in mind. And September's coming up too. Thank you, Striker. So during September, the last few days of September, subs are going to be heavily discounted. Heavily discounted, yes. But I know this looks intimidating. Like a big number, but it's actually like scaled differently because 100 bits is $1. So that's why it looks
Imagine
like
if
super
to keep
crazy.
It fresh, they change who the killer/culprit was every time you start a new game.
That would be really cool. That'd be interesting. Yeah. I like that idea. I like it. Yeah, September is gonna come back, but I prefer to call it Sintember because it's my birthday month. I'm a Virgo. Yeah. Thank you for the bits, you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. I like to make that clear because some people are like, oh yeah, I'd rather just like donate through like a third-party site because of Twitch, but actually Twitch is good with bits. That's why they're trying to like get the hype chat to replace bits.
100,000
that's
more
what the
bits for the next
speculation is.
badge here. I come Sinder 6 Pyro, let's go.
Thank you. So the hype chat is like super chats, right? But they're hard for me to see because they go by so fast sometimes. So I like the
Shinigami
biddies.
Tax. Hope you're doing well today.
Thank you.
Just cozy vibes.
Hell yeah.
Cinder
Wichita
6
Jade,
blankies.
thank you for 1,500 biddies. Thank you. Gilgamesh, thank you so much. Thank you for all the bits, all the support. Thank you for the biddies, Sky Dragon. Thank you. Hell yeah! We're gonna be partying hard in September. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be playing Twilight Princess. I could just play Okami again. But you already saw me play Okami for my birthday last year. As much as I love it, I want to keep things fresh and new. So, I think it's Twilight Princess. Maybe... No. I was thinking maybe we can have goals. Maybe it'll just be like a chill party. We won't worry about that. Just a chill party. Goals?
Okay, get those tier 3 for 6 months.
I haven't
of
planned out
September
too
for
much yet.
100% profit for
I'll probably
Sinder
plan
6
stuff like the
half.
week in advance. If I'm being real. See how fast I can finish Danganronpa. I mean, Danganronpa's a really long game. What platform I play on? Mostly PC. Thank you for the cheers, everybody. Thank you. Good, good. I think I need another piece of sandpaper already. Snip, snip. Huh. There's dust. Normally you want to wear like a mask, a face mask, to prevent the dust particles from getting in your face. I always do when I use a Dremel because it shoots up the particles into the air. This is a little more controlled. Still gets everywhere though. Will I do the DLC for Raincode? Yes. Yeah. Hell yeah. I played like one chapter. I played the tutorial chapter of Raincode and then I was like, I'm in love. I'm in love. So, like I said earlier, I will be continuing Raincode next week. Stay tuned. Probably Sunday or Monday for the new stream schedule. Depending on how things go. It will be in my Discord server. In the stream schedule channel. Cinder Flame, my fire! Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. And thank you for the hype train. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. So yeah, we'll be definitely playing more Raincode next week. I also will be playing a new fun game for a sponsor. And I've got another collab lined up with another lovely, lovely lady. Collab that had to get rescheduled. So it'll be another really fun week. I just want to play Raincoat again so bad. I've been itching to play it so bad. Lily, maybe. A certain Orcat? Hmm? You're on chapter 2? Ooh. No spoilers. One more horn to sand. One more sandy little horn. How's Baldur's Gate going? I am not playing that. I would rather play Raincoat. I like my mystery. Dabbled in lina cuts or wood block printing? What is that? Is that like laser engraving? Like wood burning? You want a laser engraver? Definitely makes cutting pieces easier. I'm making tricky horns. Here's your horn. This way, your horns. Did they print the horns or just send you the files? I commissioned a 3D modeler on Etsy to make the STL file for me, and then I took that file and put it into my printer, and then I printed them. I actually have a video in the cosplay channel of my Discord of my printer printing these horns, if you want to see it in action. It was kind of a while ago though, so you might need to scroll back a bit. I would have loved to have learned how to use 3D modeling and sculpting software. But unfortunately, I could not get complex shapes in Tinkercad. I usually use Tinkercad for like the very basic 3D prints I've done in the past. But I couldn't make these in Tinkercad. It's like a very beginner-friendly program. Or it's not even a program, it's like a website. Free to use software or website to get 3D print files. You can also download files that other people have made on Tinkercad. Mr. Kelto, thank you for 9 months. Happy sub, baby. 3D modeling is hard. I feel like it's overrated and underrated at the same time. People are like, oh, you just printed it out. You didn't do any actual work. But then they realize you need the fucking files to print. How do you get those? Huh? Tell me that. tinker CAD. Like tinker, like you're tinkering on a thing. Like you're making something, you're tinkering with it. And then CAD, like computer design CAD. Tinker CAD. You're tinkering with CAD. Yeah, almost done with the first round of sanding. And then, so this is a 220 grit sandpaper. I also have more 220 and 180 that I bought for when I actually sand the primer. So I bought a bunch more sandpaper and a couple different grits depending on what I'm feeling. Being a wolf, do I get a power boost when a full moon happens? I'm a hellhound wolf. We don't have the moon in hell, so I'm like a different breed. I'm a different species of wolf. A different... Yeah. Different kind. I'm a demonic wolf. Those are a little different than mortal realm wolf. I do a woo the same. Yes. Huh? 10-hour overtime? Droid! I hope you get a nice break afterwards. Yeah. We canines love to a woo! You don't a woo? A wolf that doesn't a woo? Impossible. Sky Dragon, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Thank you for 15 months. Thank you so much. You personally, wah? Ooh, wah, That kind of a woo? Oh, or a wah? Are you also down with the sickness? Sinful Forger, thank you for subbing. Cutest disturb cover. No. No way. Totally capping. Drowning deep in my sea of loathing. Broken your servant, I kneel. Will you give it to me? Tequila Sunrays, thank you for 2 months. Thank you. Madness is the gift that hasn't given to me. I will be at TwitchCon. Yeppers! When suddenly it changes, violently it changes. Ow! I do like me a disturbed. No, Mommy, don't do it again. Don't do it again. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy, I promise. You guys remember that sound alert? Karaoke when? I've had 2 karaoke streams. I'm not really a singer. I'm Sinder, not
Going
singer.
to have to call it a night. Thanks for the comfy stream.
No
Enjoy
problem.
the rest of your night, Cinder 6 Heart.
Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you. Don't hit me like that, Mommy! Yeah! Yeah, that one! That was from karaoke. So stupid. I can do generals gathered in their masses, banana. Just like witches at black masses.
Hello, Sinder and my fellow pirate pups. It's been a while.
Thank you, Paladin. Sorry for my dirty hands. Thank you for the 100! Thank you for the big tip! Thank you! Thank you so much! It's nice to see you. I hope you had a good time away. And it's good to see you back again. What's the biggest skill issue you have? I'm a VTuber. That's a pretty big one. Yikes. Almost done. Let me get this out. Power, thank you for the biddies.
I've been very busy with the railroad, haven't had much time to do anything until now.
Keep working on the railroad all the ding ding dong day. Paladin on the railroad. When will you return? Here now. I hope everything was good. Hope you get a nice break. There. Got them out of the holes. The cracks just a little bit. This way. My cutting mat is a little nasty, but hold on. They go up more like this. And like that, and then they're kind of like really close. Chicky horns! Still need more sanding after they get the spray primer. I need to dust my hands off. Oh, I have a water too. Oh my god, wait. I didn't realize how much dust got everywhere. Oh boy. Oh boy. Take a little sip, sip, sip. I'm drinking brand risk gamer subs.
Just an even 160k left to go.
Not anymore. Scorpios! Thank you for all the bits! Thank you! Thank you so much! I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Syndicate, thank you for the biddies. Thank you. Okay, so these... Actually... I could probably drill holes in these now. Let me get my Dremel. Hold on. My Dremel is over there. Dremel. Dremel? There it is. I found it. I forgot I moved it. My big Dremel case. Okay. Let's open up this bad boy. I think... What is this? That could work. Oh, is this the drill bit? Ugh. This is a drill bit. But I think this one might be a little bit better. It's kind of tapered. I think. I'm gonna put the lost and found bit in here, so I know where it is. So I'm thinking I will use that. I have like tiny sanding bits. And then this is the cutting attachment. So this can actually be very sharp, but I think I'm gonna use this to make the little grooves in Vienna's horns. So I'm probably gonna use that when I get there. But yeah, look at all the fun bits. Fun.
OCD demanded I fix the number.
The Scorpios! You didn't have to. It's okay. It's okay. But thank you. Thank you for 900 biddies. Thank you so much. Thank you. This was just in there. A bunch of drill bits. Cool. I didn't know that was there. Okay, let me get this out. Put this down. Okay. I have an extension cord, so I don't accidentally blow a breaker. Let me plug it in.
I am an agent of chaos in the 6 raid.
I got it. Okay. We good. Twin Flame, thank you for the biddies. Okay. Let me get this in there. Make sure to tighten it so it doesn't fly out like Papa Wolf when he used the Dremel last. Good. Okay. Invest in cordless. The thing with cordless is that then you always gotta like replace the batteries or like charge it all the time for like a little Dremel. Cordless drills I can understand, but these I don't think it's entirely necessary, if that makes sense. Pyro, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I just had an idea. What if instead of epoxying, I think I have enough room to drill 2 holes and then bend the wire to kind of hook it around, so that way the wire is already held in place because it's like looping through. You know what I mean? Let me get the wire. Let me get the wire so I can explain better. I don't know where my wire went. Hold on. Give me a little more time to look. I'll be right back. Listen to music, okay? Vibe to the music. I'll be right back. Okay. I found it. This is my wire. So, instead of sticking the wire like this and then wrapping it around, what if I bent it? And then hooked it in and around like that. So then I had 2 wires. It'd keep the wire more sturdy, but I don't want extra bulk on the headband. Let me get a headband. I never know what I'm gonna need, and I don't want to clutter my desk, so I just keep everything in another box. Alright, so this is the headband. I didn't want them to be too thick because I want them to be relatively, you know, like hidden on the head. And I figured if it's narrower, it's easier to wrap the wire around without being too bulky. So, if I had 2 sides, I would just have to wrap both sides of the wire. Human hands? Yeah, I was cursed to be a half human, half hellhound monstrosity. I'm so sorry you have to be witness to this grotesque form that I am in right now. So sorry. Weird European, thank you for 8 months. Thank you. I think I would rather go for strength. So... we'll try 2 holes. Especially for the big ones, I don't want them to kind of wiggle around too much. I think that might be the call. Pyro, thank you for another 1,000 biddies. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's try this. I think I did it. Might be a little too small though. Yeah, it's a little too small. Gonna make it a little bit bigger. See, this is what I should be wearing protection for. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try to do another one. Okay, how am I gonna... might need to make it bigger. Frostfang Piglet, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. I'll do this. Okay. I wonder if they're too far apart, or maybe the wire's too thick. Maybe the holes just aren't big enough. Do you see what I'm trying to do, though? Do you see what I'm trying to do? Never made 3D printed horns before. Okay, maybe. Let me get my pliers. Zig Electric, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Okay, what if I do like a tiny little one like that? Puppy Care Bear, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you for 6 months. Thank you. I think this is only going to work if the holes are close together. But actually, I think I got this in here pretty good. Like it's not coming off. Let me do a test. It's gonna be a test. Look, it wiggles around, but it's not coming out. And that's what we want. We don't want it to come out. No pulling out here. Oh, it just came out. Wow, really? All that jiggling and jostling and you just had to say, actually. Okay. We do a little test. I'm using my pliers. Of course we're still crafting. I think I'll make this a little bit sharper of a bend. Like this. A big part about cosplay is trial and error and problem solving. Get in there. Zay, thank you for 11 months! Thank you! Get in there. Get inside. I think I bent it too much. Come on, get back in there. You were like just doing it. Yeah, still on the EDMs. Okay. What the hell? What the hell? I'm gonna do this side. I need you to go in there. Please. Pretty please. Please. Inferno! Thank you for 10 months! Thank you! Oh my god. There. There you go. Okay, so we want these to be angled like this. So if we took these and bend them, this is why epoxy putty would be great, because then they'd be like super solid in there. Clench, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Okay. Let's get the headband in there. And this is just like a little test, a little practice run. These tiny little pliers are great to get inside the little tiny gaps. Yeah, I think I want this to go back up through the horn. Let me try that. Get in there. I know you can do it. You did it earlier. Need a little bit more of a bend. Arts and crafts always cozy. I'm glad you think so. Okay, I might need the
Must fix
epoxy.
number.
Scorpios! No, you don't. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. Okay. Y'all are crazy, I tell you. Crazy. I am. I've got my gamer sups right next to me for my hydrations. Maybe too crooked. Still figuring out how I want to do this. Okay, well, it's not like completely on there, but
Mr. Krabs, I'm already subscribed to Sinder.
I'd want
But
to
did you
angle
pay
it
your Sinder tax?
a little bit more, and I think having the 2 connection points would be good for the angle. That way, if there's 2 points, it won't have room to rotate like this, and it can be anchored in 2 spots. Because it should be angled more like this. Right?
Not gonna get me with that tax evasion.
Agent! Thank you for the 5,000 booties! Thank you! Thank you so much. You guys. Alright, so I'm thinking the holes in the wire will work, for sure. Chaos Denizen, thank you for the prime! Okay, now you're holding on good in there. But not good enough. But not for me! Hello? I can hear some of the supports inside breaking. Oh yeah, that hole was bigger. Let me make the other one a little bit bigger. Yay! A little bit more. Yeah. How? How is it still bigger? What the hell? Okay. So if I do this, and then this, I'm gonna try to do it. Oh, actually, I don't know if this is... Well, yeah, there could be stuff in the middle here. There likely is. I just don't know what the inside support looks like. I'm pretty sure, though. Wonder if I can knock that out. My sweet little baby boy! Thank you for 8 months. Yeah, I think that's what I gotta do. Just kind of snap the inside. I don't know how I'm gonna do that when we get to the smaller ones, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Get to the other side. You can do it. You guys calculating percentages? Why? Why? Yup. I wonder. Hold on. If I drill another hole, I know what I can do. Yeah, so my issue with the screws.
Unfortunately, I do gotta get up very early, so here's me moving that gold bar closer. Good night, everyone. Cinder 6 heart.
Thank you. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for so many biddies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the issue with the screws, my brain just was not thinking. The issue with the screws was that trying to use like a drill wouldn't work on this kind of surface. But using the Dremel, I can at least make a hole and get screws to screw through the headband now. So, what I can do at this point, I'm gonna have to do this off stream though. Also because I don't have the screws here. I'll have to get some or pick some up from my dad. I'll have to stop by his house. So, here's what I do. I put the headband on my head. I look in a mirror. And I position the horns about where I want them to be. And then I mark 2 holes where that horn is gonna be. 2 holes on the headband, right? Then I take those holes, reline up the headband, and then I make little marks through the holes so I know exactly where I want to line up the horns to attach them to. Because these horns, I want them to be at a very specific angle, right? I don't want them to be too far sideways. I don't want them to be too far forward. Like a nice 3/4 angle. Because in Tricky's horns, let me make this reference image a little bit bigger. So in her horns here, you can see like where the ridge on the side goes. And they're kind of like off to the side. Because like this ridge is the front here. And then the side ridge goes on the side, but you can also see it on the side here a little bit. So I want to make sure the angle is just right. Yeah, and they tilt just a little bit. So I want to make sure I take that into account. And it's gonna look different, stretch open on a head than it is just sitting like this on a headband. So I want to make sure it's on my head. On a head. So then drill the holes through the headband, then I can mark. I'll use my like silver Sharpie. And I'll just mark little dots on where I want to drill the holes. And then I'll be able to screw them in. The only issue with that then is I'd have to get like some felt, and I'd have to cover this base here, because then there would be little screw bits and potentially washers on like the hair side, like touching your hair when you wear it. And I've had screws and washers directly touching my head before, One, it is uncomfortable, and two, it will rip out your hair. I know from experience. So I definitely want some kind of safety padding here, covering up the ends, or the tops of the screws, rather. And I want 2 anchor points, so that way it doesn't swivel at all. And I should have room for that on even the small one. So I think I'm gonna do that. Cover it with hot glue? I could, but I also want it to look nice. Normally, if it was like just for me, I wouldn't care what it looks like because nobody's gonna see what it looks like underneath the headband. But because I'm gonna be gifting these to Tricky, I want to make sure that they look nice. So I could always just fill this in with epoxy putty. If they get in the way, they shouldn't. Like, these holes are here, yeah, but as long as they don't get in the way of the new holes I drill, or maybe I can even use one of these holes as one of the anchor points. But they're going to be covered up anyway with the felt layer, so that'll be all glued in there. So these shouldn't be a problem, but at least I know I tested it out, and I can definitely use my little drill bit. It's not even a drill bit. Does anybody even know what this bit is called? It's like a tiny, like, grinding bit. It kind of looks like a thimble, but it's so tiny. I don't even know what that is. Shouldn't you fit it on Tricky's head then? Well, that's not possible. It's a burr bit. Oh, a burr. So yeah, I can do that. Oh my goodness, it's so messy. But I guess while I have the Dremel, I might as well try doing more Dremel work. Yeah. Let's try Vienna's horns. So for her horns, she's got, let me pull up a reference for Vienna. Vienna. Where is my Vienna? Hello? I literally have had her picture up on here before. Oh, Vienna. I don't know why. I've converted this file so many times. This image saves as a GIF file. And I don't know why. Did I throw away the wrong one? Did I throw away my JPEG? I don't think I'd make that mistake. No, I have no idea what happened to it. What the hell? Okay, let me just convert it again. GIF to JPEG. My silly little space dragon. Alright, let's grab both of these actually. Converting and downloading. Oh, they might be in my downloads then in that case. My old downloads, that's okay. So let me pull up Vienna. There she is. So we want to get these like lines, these little like striations in her horn. So I'll put her here for now, just for now, because I want to use this as a reference.
And fixed again. Oh, new badge.
Scorpios, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the bits. And thank you for, yeah, 900 biddies. Thank you. C-Rap, thank you for 3 months. Thank you. Okay. Maybe I should try using a pen. I have a pen. Let me just test it out, make sure it'll write okay. Yeah. I wonder if a lighter pen would work. I think I have like a brighter color pen. Let me try this. Got like a bright orange. Bright orange pen. Dusty. But that's okay. Alright, so hold on. I'm actually gonna open this in like a new big window for me so I can like really zoom and enhance. This is how fucking perfectionist I am, right? So I want to count how many lines. It's a little blurry because I'm zoomed in that much. But visibly, there's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5. Okay, I can kind of see this color. Oh yeah, it's showing up good. And I want to make sure like it lines up on both sides pretty well. Because this is intended to be symmetrical. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's how we'll do it. I'm just roughing out where they're going right now. And they kind of curve like on the side here. So they're kind of curvy. Just, you know, focusing on my curves. As I do. Hold on, I need to get rid of this mat. It's getting a little dusty and then I can't see my pen. You guys just vibing with me? Nice comfy vibe stream? What do you think? Maybe we should switch over to lo-fi. It's getting later on in the stream. We've been going for a bit. Here's my lo-fi. How's that? Cozy? Music's gonna put you to sleep. As long as you're still having a good time.
Hey Cinder, been loving your crafting streams, been working on my leather armor whenever you do one.
Hell yeah. Leather is quite the process. Never worked with it before. I also don't know how I feel about working with like real leather. There's also a lot of really cool techniques to make foam look like leather. And it's crazy how realistic it looks. And this last little line. Vibin', you're playing Raincoat? Hell yeah! Okay, I think I'm gonna go over this in the silver Sharpie just to make it easier for me to see what I'm doing. I have to be very careful though. Very carefully. I do not have a steady hand, so that's great. This what? I'm not paying attention. The birthday streams will be all week? True. It does not want to write on this at all. It's drying up this Sharpie like crazy. It was much neater at the pen, but I couldn't see it as well. Time for a new Sharpie! This is a brand new Sharpie! I'm trying to use like the side of it. Ma. Kinda like that. Let's see how this goes. Let me get...
These lo-fi beats are really nice.
Thank you.
What's the playlist?
It's just string beats. Okay, I mean, they all look the same. Wait a minute. How do these attach? Take this bit out. Does this one have to go on one of these? No. Do I have the right bit for it? Hi, Joel! How was your debut? Huh, I may have hit a road. A crossroads. It was nice you're tired. I hope you're resting up. I tried hopping in for a bit and then my service was shitty. I wasn't at my house.
Numbers.
and you kept like lagging, but I was trying to hype you up, but I didn't know if you were what you were saying. So I just kept like posting stuff in the chat. Demon Slayer, thank you for 2,000 biddies. Boy Bun, thank you for 2 months. Banana, thank you for 1,300 biddies. Thank you. Yeah, Joel had a bikini model debut. I'm opening a new tab. How to use Dremel cutting wheel. I just need like pictures. I don't need a video. Okay. I see the wheel. I do not see the attachment. Okay, it looks like a stick with a slightly fatter stick. Is it just this? Is it just this one? Oh no, I think it's this one. It looks like this one. I think these are the same though. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me just watch one of these random YouTube videos. Hello. Yeah, I see your wheel. What's the bit? He's just using the cutting wheel. What bit are you using? I don't want to cut myself.
Let's get this train rolling and more cosplay tax.
Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys, while I'm trying to figure this shit out. Yes, I know. I see the wheel. But what is the attachment? Oh. Oh, he's got a whole case of all the bits. Which one are you? Which one? Which one is it? Should be a square. Square shank? Square shank. Hello? Square shank? What does a square shank look like?
Did I hear someone say Cinder tax?
Is this a square shank? This is kind of square. Kind of. A square. I don't have a piece that looks like it fits like this, though. This puzzle piece looking... I don't have something that looks like that. Can I use this one? Can I just bolt it on top? It's not that one. That's not it. These are like buffers.
Number goes up.
Thank you. This one looks like... This one has like grooves in it. Like... Almost like a drill bit, but it's flat at the top. Older Dremels don't have it? This was in the case! I don't know if... This one's pretty old. It's pretty old. This is just a drill bit. This one is the little grinding bit we were just using.
All I hear is Shinigami tax.
Yeah. This is another little grindy bit. This one looks like a screw. And this one is another grinding bit. And then the rest are just little sanding circle drums, sanding drums. Just silly little sandy guys. So I don't have the bit for it? Fuck. Hey, Mom? I know you're probably watching this. Do you know if Dad has a bit for the cutting attachment to attach the Dremel cutter? It's right there? Wait, where? Where? Which one is it? Which one? Wait. Wait. It was right there? Which one? Which one was it? To the left? This one? Is this it? This is a drill bit. Oh wait, my mom just messaged me. She says I'll ask him. No, she's not in chat. She's just lurking. She messaged me though. Hold on. To the left. Further to the left? There is no further to the left. This is the drill bit. This was all the way on the left side. This one's up at the top. This one? Huh? The one with the wheel already in it. This one? With this wheel? Please help Tebsy. This one? This looks like it's supposed to be attached. This is a wire wheel? Well, they said the round one. This is it? Dismantle it. There's no screw in it. No, that's attached. That's what I thought so. That's what I thought. Am I being one guide? Hold on. There should be a post with a flat screw at the top. Is it this? Post with a no. This one. With like a grooved. With the grooves screw. No. This big one with this screw, the pointy screw. Nope. It's not this one. This one is like the... This one is the, like, the grinding bit. This one, not these. There's this one with the circle on it. It should look similar to the one on the drum. I only have ones with drums connected. That's all that's in here. There's no more in here. There's just a bunch of drill bits. Don't have it. I think I gotta get one. Mambo Wolf is typing. The one with the removable drum? The one that he lost and found? Oh, I gotta unscrew it. Where's the screwdriver? This one? Or this one? These both have removable drums. Similar. Similar to that one. Okay. Maybe it's not in here. Try the small one. Okay, I need a screwdriver. Let me see. Let me try to find a screwdriver.
Hello Cinder. Cinder 6 Heart. Tomorrow I'll be flying to California to visit girlfriend and one of your peepees in person for the first time. I'm so excited and I can't wait to share all the fun we will be having. Cinder 6 Heart.
Okay. Disassemble. Show you the disc. This is the disc. There we go. Might be a bit big for this screw, but you know what? It's working. I love how I can just call for my parents through my stream.
You need a certain tool for that one.
Yes, Mom, safety glasses. I have safety glasses. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not... Oh, leave the drum on? Leave the drum on? Add the disc to the top? Oh, take off the sander? There should be a washer? There's no washer here. Unless it's stuck. I don't think it would be. No washer. There's a certain adapter for it. Maybe I should hold off on this one. Might be able to make it work like that, but I'm missing the right thing. That's the thing with my dad. He just does whatever works. It doesn't have to be the right way as long as you can end up getting there. But yeah, this doesn't fit with both of these on top. And I don't have a washer. True dad fashion. I think I'll just wait. Yeah, my mom's like, why don't you wait to do this part? Sorry, Vienna. I will continue your horns at a later date. The discs are brittle. Well, I'm only using it to cut foam. So I don't think it'll be that bad. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna bring this to my dad. Have him put it together, because I don't want to send this sharp disc flying anywhere. Especially when I'm doing this at my desk with all my equipment. You would have jerry-rigged it? See, I value my limbs, so that's a no from me, dog. Some of these are like in here. Just wherever things fit. Wherever things fit. Yeah, but the plan is to use that little thin cutting attachment to cut grooves into the foam here. And then, excuse me, and then I would sand it down again to smooth out the grooves so that they look like Vienna's little grooves.
I will put a picture of the adapter in the IRL channel for you to see.
It's okay. I'm sure I can make it work at a later date. Actually, I can still use the Dremel to clean up the Numi horn. Just one of them. Yeah, but I don't have a very steady hand, so I feel like using like a knife to cut that out wouldn't do me any favors. So, kind of a rough bit. Do I have a softer one? Not this one. I'll just use the tiny one. I'm just going to tighten this just to make sure it's not going to fly off on me. Put this in there. My music stopped. Oh no, it didn't. Okay. There. There we go. So now, let me get my goggles, my mask. That way I don't die. Okay. So, I am going to... Oh, these goggles are like so foggy. I'm gonna try to clean this. It's hard to see because of the light. So I'm going to sand down these imperfections in the cast and see what progress can be made on that. Ready?
Just paying my favorite hellhound her due. Thanks for being you. Sinder 6 hearts, Sinder 6 hearts, Sinder 6 blankies, Sinder 6 blankies.
So, it's gonna need more sanding than I initially anticipated. So we'll just have to see how that turns out. Might need some more hand sanding too. Just because I personally have more control when I'm hand sanding. I have a feeling I'm gonna make a really big mess doing it like this. This might be better done outside. Because look, my Dremel's getting all mucky and dusty. So maybe that would be the play. But for now, I'm just gonna play around with this. I can always cast more of these because we have the mold. So I'm gonna try sanding it down a little bit more. And then we'll go from there. Okay. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe filler on this. The filler, the wood filler, didn't work very well on the foam before I casted it because I think the foam was flexing when the wood filler is usually not supposed to flex. Hey Rosses, what's up? Nice to see you. Hi. I'm just using my power tools, you know, as anime girls do. So, yeah, unfortunately the mold had a lot of imperfections, so it's a lot of cleanup work that has to be done. Unfortunately, you can kind of still see, maybe you can't, jeez. The lighting is so bright, but there's still like a crack going down. It's not a crack, it's just an imperfection in the way it cast. But it looks like a big crack going down the side. And then there was one on the bottom here that's mostly smoothed out for now, but now there's kind of a flat spot. So I'm definitely going to have to do some more reshaping, but I'm going to try to do that by hand sanding now. Anime Girls with Power Tools is an anime you didn't know you needed. Tricky's horns are still right here. We sanded them down, so now the next step is to wipe off all of the dust. And I'm going to be hitting these with a spray primer and embedding wire in the bottom. But before I do that, actually, I'm going to drill holes into the headband that they are going to be mounted on. And then I'm going to, yeah. Maybe I'll drill the holes where the screws are going to go. Then I'll put wire in there for the sole purpose of something to hold on to while I spray them. I'll use something. Wire will be easy because then I can just stick it into like styrofoam or like a cardboard box or something. You know, just like stick it in. And then I will be spraying them with spray primer, like a filler primer, and then sanding it down again. And because the primer is gray, it'll be easy to see where I sand and haven't sanded it yet. And then I'm going to do it as ever many times as needed, as ever many coats as it takes to get it nice and smooth. So we'll see how that goes. I didn't want to do any spraying. Number one, it's dark out now. And two, I'd have to pause my stream to go spray these. But I think I'd rather do the headbands first, drilling holes in the headband, which is probably going to have to be done off stream. I'm probably going to have to go to my dad's house and use his drill for that. But for now, let me get some more sandpaper. Maybe I should use the 100 grit, actually, instead of the 220. I think 100 might be good for this. Spam Goose, thank you for 3 months. Honk, 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 honk. Honk, honk, honk. You got some big honkers. For real, for real. Let's see how this goes. Good golly. That's taken off a lot of material there. Not a bad thing, it's just very, very efficiently sandy sand. Look at all that. Damn. Okay, it's kind of scuffing it up a little bit. Maybe we should go to 220. Maybe it's for the best. A smoother finish. Yeah, you guys have been crushing that cosplay goal. You guys are actually crazy. It's so wild. And if you weren't here for the first Raincode stream I had, when I first discovered Shinigami, this chick here, she's a death god, and she's got cute little horns and a crown, and an adorable little dress with a big bow. It's like a mini dress, by the way, and thigh highs. But also, when we defeated the first boss in chapter 0, so technically it's the 0th boss. Is this still the first boss in that case? Anyway, boss from chapter 0. And she did like her execution thing. Her scythe turned into like an ultimate demon scythe with an eyeball in it and shit. And she grew a pair of wings. So you know I'm making the OG eyeball scythe with the wings. I can't just hit this cosplay goal and not do that. You kidding me? Do you know who I am? I'm a master level cosplayer. There's no way I'm not like being extra as fuck. Prologue boss. There you go. That works. Prologue boss. Yeah, crafting today. These are Numi horns. We've got Tricky's horns over here. And Vienna's horns. We were just playing with. Not the barrel. No! The barrel's gonna haunt my dreams. You guys want me to cosplay the barrel so bad. Barrel bikini for Red? Have him cosplay the barrel? Yeah! The drill looks like it has... Wait, the dribble does look like it has a face! Look at the little face! He's like, build the barrel. So in Rain Code, there's a little mini game where you have to stab a wooden barrel in a certain sequence, depending on... It's complicated. But at the end of the day, there's this hot babe in a bikini inside the barrel, and every time you like break off pieces of the barrel, more and more of her bikini gets revealed until when you finally solve the mini game, and then she jumps out of the barrel and she strikes a really cute seductive pose, and it's like a reward. It is complicated. It's practically a Danganronpa game. Like, how do you explain that? So once these are smooth and I kind of know how I'm going to finish these, I will cast the other one out of resin. I could just do that now, but I'd rather have a game plan first. So, I mean, the resin takes 10 minutes to cure and cast, but I made a lot of mess, and I got it all over my hands last time, so I'm probably going to want gloves. I say that, but I'm probably not going to do that. Do as I say, not as I do. And then, once I have both horns cast out of resin and sanded smooth and nice and pretty, I'm going to drill holes into one of them for her piercing. And I have metal O-rings. They're not O-rings, they're just like metal rings. They don't have any openings, so I have to like cut them open and then loop them and then close them again. And paint. So that's out of order. So sand, cast the other one, sand that one, make sure they're symmetrical and even, drill the holes, paint them, and then put the rings and the piercings. Yeah. I also think I should sand these more flat on the bottoms. This one's like really funky. I don't know what happened there. Sculpting these were kind of a nightmare though. Let's be real. Although I do want them... See, this is hard because I have to take into account the stretching of the headband. And then depending on how it stretches, this angle is going to be different. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up drilling holes in these too. Probably what I should do. That's also the reason why Tricky's horns are 3D printed and Numi's and Vienna's are going to be cast out of resin, is because I'm going to be traveling with these to give them to the girls. And I didn't want to use any materials that could potentially break. Like foam. Foam is pretty sturdy, but it can still bend and squish. And if foam is painted and then squished, then it creates the paint to crack. Like it creates cracks in the paint that usually aren't fixable. So I just wanted to cover all my bases and make them out of nice sturdy materials. I'm probably going to have all these in my carry-on anyway, but you never know. I don't want to risk anything. Or I could put them in my luggage with lots of bubble wrap. Lots and lots of bubble wrap. Ideally, I'd like to get these all done for TwitchCon. So, gotta do the hustle! I don't have a resin 3D printer. Nor do I know how to use one. They're gonna love them. I think they've all seen at least the progress on all of their horns. But hopefully it'll be a nice surprise to see them in person. You know, like they look different on this camera here. Resin 3D printers are a pain. Oh, really? I mean, the finish looks nice, but they do look complicated, and I've never used one before. I definitely wouldn't want to use my friends as a test subject for a technique I've never used before. I've technically never used this resin before, and I've technically never made molds before. Okay, maybe I'm lying to myself, but I at least knew these materials would work. But it's also on me for jacking up the mold. I tried making a 2-part mold, but I don't think my mold release worked very well. And I also don't think I made a very good like mold support structure. So kind of shat on me a bit, but we still got something out of it that resembles her horn, so I am good with that. More hand sanding, the stuff I love. Resembles, looks identical. Oh, you're so too sweet. Hello, can we get some music? DJ! Hey, Mr. DJ, can you turn the music up? Oh, there it is. Yippee. Sanding wood is smoothing? My chat just really likes the sanding sounds, I guess. How's resin sanding? Oh, this is gonna be so smooth. Oh my god, this is gonna be so smooth. Once I get all the little bumps out. It is ASMR. Well, I'm glad you like it. Yibble, thank you for 11 months. Yippee, thank you. Also very curious to see how this will look painted. I'm not gonna worry about the bottom yet. I just don't know what angle I want them to be sanded at yet. Dan, what's up? Not much, gamer. Sup, gamer? Not much, gamer. Nice. Have a good day, gamer. You too, gamer. You know, just sand and horns.
A message from the PP War Council. Some PPs may have been talking about your birthday.
Huh? Are you guys trying to be sneaky in the Discord server? While I'm streaming? You think I won't see anything? Huh? Huh? What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Excuse me? If you tell me about it, it's not gonna be a surprise!
At the Hellhound Council, be prepared. The PP War Council is coming on the 14th.
Huh? What do you mean? What do they mean by this? You're making me nervous. What the hell? What is going on? Do you know I have a birthday within the next 365 days? It's actually a lot sooner than that, Dan. Did you know? Did you know it's next month? In like a couple weeks? Few weeks? But it is also within 365. You are so true, Dan. Dan the facts man. Yeah, September 14. I'm a Virgo. Dan. And here comes the wolf chasing the little kitty cat. Oh, woo. Cobra, thank you for the gift sub. And Jordan, Google Mash, thank you guys for the biddies. Pyro, thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We're getting somewhere. The Dremel can't fit in these tiny little crevices. Firewolf, thank you.
PP War Council has spoken.
There is no war in Boss Sinder say. There is no war in the hellhole. Nice horns, thank you. I have 6, 7, 9 horns that I'm working on.
Ill will.
Hello, Almonds! Thank you for the tip! Thank you so much! I hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you. The Giga Chat emote. So true. So true, you guys. Nut Dog. Thank you. Thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Gigapup. Yeah. All the pyro pups with that Giga Chat energy do be Gigapups. You don't want to say nice tip? No, I say thank you for your massive tip. God damn, what a Chad with a massive tip. Ugh, thank you. Work called? Good luck at work. Thank you for hanging out today. I'm getting there. Man, I worked so hard trying to perfect the sculpt the first time, and then the mole fucks it up. That's okay. It happens. We just gotta live and learn. Oh, was that a Sanic reference? Oh, she's one of those. Damn. Horns are looking nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cool guys like Sonic? Yeah. Oh my god. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is my jam. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. I'm just a Sonic OC? No. City Escape at karaoke? I actually sang City Escape, my very first karaoke stream. I've only had 2. So, not much. Danger is lurking around every turn. Trust your feelings, gotta live and learn. I know with some luck that'll make it through. Got no other options, only one thing to do. I got lots of things to do. Ooh. All comes full circle. I would play that with my cousins all the time. The multiplayer races. So much fun. So many fond childhood memories. You know, there's a metal cover of that goes so hard. Is this a wishbone? Yeah. That's so fucking funny. Well, right now it looks like one, definitely. Reaper, thank you for the gift sub. It's a Numi horn. It'll look less wishbony when it's red. Wishbone the detective dog? No. No. That sounds so cute. I want to know about the dog. There's still like some clay on here. Mid-90s show about a dog that would travel into classic literature? Wait, that sounds so cute. Aww. Fire Scorpion, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you for 11 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Does ASMR enough? What's the grit? 220. The 100 was scuffing it up a little bit too much. A little bit more than I wanted to. About tree fitty.
Need to go for the night.
That's okay.
Thank you for the relaxing stream.
Thank you for hanging out, for keeping me company, for giving me serotonin.
Wishbone who unlocked a childhood memory.
That would be Dan. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Firewall. Chestbone, thank you for 26 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just use 1 grit. It's a rock. That's rougher than a rock. I did pick up more sandpaper, but I want to use up this last couple sheets that I've been using. I picked up more 220 and then I got 180. You got some green stuff, putty? What is that? To fill in gaps? Any advice? I'm not familiar with that putty. It's just Nickelodeon slime. I'm familiar with epoxy sculpt. Is it similar to epoxy putty? I've worked with epoxy putty before. How much to get a swimsuit model? Well, technically, if you toggle off my sleeves and my harness, and I can take off my thigh highs, and then it already looks like I'm in a one-piece swimsuit, so there you go. Although, if you want to see me in a swimsuit, and you want me over, if you want to invite me into your home, then you can purchase one of my figures. My bikini figures up here. Yeah, the command figure. The one piece. If you want a two piece. If you want two pieces. Boom. She's up there. On Novel Horizons. Go buy one. They're only available for a few more weeks. A couple more weeks. Few more weeks. Pansy, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Thank you for 4 months. Thank you. Aurora Ryder, thank you for 2 months. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sand in my cheeks. Did we break the pre-order record? No. we're like halfway. Sandman is here. Sleep with one eye open, gripping your pillow tight. Exilite and tonight. She got multiple. No, there's no need. Yacht to Never Land. These are not very symmetrical. I need to fix it. Take care. Have a good time zone. Might need to Dremel that one actually. Yeah, it might be a Dremel thing. Dremel. Get my nail in there. This tight little corner. I know, the Dremel. He's seen some shit. Comfy vibes. Only comfy vibes. I'm trying to get in the crack. This little crack here. Aren't we all? Damn. Dan gets a little quirky at night. Might just be discolored from the mold. Have to see. Just sure about that one. And then I've got to drill holes. I could just do it at the same time I drill the holes for Tricky's horns. Dubious little creature. A dubious little creature getting up to mischief. This is no good. The beast is demonic in nature, very icky. What's your number one ick? Speaking of icky. I don't know, I feel like it depends on certain scenarios. This is gonna look so good, you guys. Okay, you guys keep, like, insulting the Dremel, so he's gonna go hide. He's gonna hide his shame. Anything I make is gonna look good, Dan. You're so sweet. You haven't even seen any of my cosplays. Oh wait, you were at WeebCon. Wait. And you didn't even say hi to me. I was right there. So silly. Bouette is always so fun to cosplay. Because boos are so cute. You were shy and waiting in line to meet you, but there were 2 hours for you to make it. No, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I was standing in one spot for that impromptu meet and greet when I was cosplaying as Bouette. And I was low-key dying. That first line was really rough. And then the scheduled meet and greets just weren't long enough, I think. 1 hour is not enough time. We also didn't expect the turnout we got at WeebCon either. I'm gonna go next year. Hell yeah. Impromptu meet and greet sounds like hell. Well, that was back when I was like, oh, like there's only gonna be a couple people. Like it'll be fine. Like it's not gonna be that bad. And then I was like, oh shit. And then the same thing happened to me at TwitchCon Paris. I was like, it's a smaller TwitchCon. Like, you know, we can have an impromptu meet and greet with all the girlies and it'll be fun. And then we ended up getting kicked out. And it was actually awful. And that was kind of the realization that not only is it just like really inconvenient for you guys wanting to meet us because it's not organized by anybody, but also is it unsafe. Number one, because we were in front of the fire doors and we caused like a big horde of people to show up. And that's unsafe for like a fire alarm situation. And then it's also unsafe because like there's a big group of people around us. And there's no like there's no control or security or anything. So yeah, it got a little crazy. Like no management, no line management. The con security, yeah, they were kind of like, what the hell is happening? So we definitely don't want to upset con security or con staff. Shox is the ultimate security detail. Hell yeah, Shox best bodyguard. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do any impromptu meet and greets. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get one at TwitchCon, but we will have to wait and see. Yeah, and the scary part about it was that, so we scheduled a big group meet and greet. And it was like a whole big group of us, like me, Tricky, Giri, Rain, like Momo, Riku, Uni, like everybody that we were hanging out with. And it was, the lines were so long and security moved us because we were originally lined up in front of the fire exit doors. So they moved us to like the middle of the hallway for some reason. And then they realized that that also didn't work. So they moved us again. And then they kicked us out because the convention had closed at that point and we were taking too long. So then we had to finish the meet and greet outside. But then at that point, we don't have the safety of the convention center. And everybody was leaving. And I was like, this is a pretty scary situation to be in. Because everybody's like going back to their hotels and everything. And I was like, we're all gonna stay together and we're not gonna go back to our hotels just yet. I was like, because I don't want anything to happen to any of my friends. And I let all the big tough guys in our group know that this was the plan. And we all just hung out a little bit longer. Unfortunately, needs to be just hi, get a signature next. Yeah, but I like to have conversations with people. I like to be able to meet you guys. It's not meeting you if it's hi, signature, goodbye. Yeah, safety's a really big thing. Definitely. When is WeebCon? It was in April last year. It's Easter weekend. It's Easter weekend again. It was Easter weekend last year. And I think it's the same thing. Or no, it was Easter weekend this year, and I think it's the same thing next year. That's called a greet and leave. True. You're so right for that. But yeah, I don't know, I feel bad because I want to meet more people. I want to meet you guys. But it's really hard. Because there's a lot. There's a lot of you guys, which is crazy. It doesn't feel like there is, but then reality hits me, especially at WeebCon. That shit was fucking insane. It does really suck. Because conventions are never long enough. It's like only 3 days. And some people are only able to go for 1 day, and then if they can't like do the one thing that they wanted to do the one day they were there, it's like so sad. Especially when it's all of you. Yeah, especially WeebCon when there's like all the VTubers. Lots and lots and lots of us, yeah. Jennifer, thank you for the prime. Thank you. So I think this is as good as I'm going to get handstanding right now. I'm going to probably Dremel this down some more. Drill the holes. Cast another one. And then, of course, drill holes in the headbands. And get screws for the horns. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yes. Need a VTuberCon? Technically that's Off-Kai Expo. Off-Kai Expo is 100% VTuberCon. But WeebCon was very, very VTuber focused. Especially this year. Nix! Thank you! Thank you for the 20 gift subs! Thank you so much! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Wait. Huh? Hold on! I did a double take! 20 tier 3 subs? Are you crazy? Thank you! Thank you so much! Damn, you lucky Pyro Pups getting that tier 3 gifted sub! Thank you! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are actually crazy. But I'm so thankful. I'm gonna switch over. I'm sorry my hands are dirty. Sorry. But I'm gonna use my knuckle to switch my screens. Hold on. That's the wrong button. I don't want to get my whole, like my mouse, my desk, everything's all dirty. Hold on. I got this. There we go. Hard working hands, yeah. Those are them's the hands of a working gal. So I will clean up, but we can still chat for a little bit. I feel like I've been hyper focused on sanding. It's always sanding. Her hands look like this, so his can look like this meme. But yeah, I was talking about VTuber convention. Off-Kai Expo is like the VTuber focus convention. It was fun. It definitely needed some improvements though. Do my nails get in the way of crafting? No, actually. I keep them nice and short, so that way they don't get in the way. Sanding takes concentration? Well, sometimes I'll just kind of do it mindlessly, and then I realize that I've been sanding for 4 hours. But you know what? It needs it. Yeah. Yeah, I've been having a good Friday night. I hope you are too. My life, thank you for 11 months. Thank you. Hope things are getting better. My nails always look nice, although they're all sandy and dusty and kind of cruddy right now. Ever had somebody get a tattoo of me? No, I've had somebody get a tattoo of my signature. That was at WeebCon too. That was also crazy. He came up to me and he was like, "Hey, can you sign my arm? I want to get your signature tattooed." And I was like, Are you sure about that? And he was like, "Yeah." And then he came back the next day and showed it to me. Oh, where'd my horns go? Yeah, seriously, like he showed it. It was like wrapped up in everything. Like it was fresh off the.
Enjoyed the stream, but I got work tomorrow. Sinder 6 heart.
Neon. Why'd you toggle my horns off? No horny. Holy shit, Neon. Thank you. Thank you for 20k biddies. Thank you so much. Thank you. thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you like the stream. I will definitely have more crafting streams in the future, definitely before TwitchCon. Hopefully I'll be able to get these done. And then I do have some other friends who I want to make stuff for. I don't think I've mentioned who yet. And I want to keep that on the down low, so it's kind of a surprise, so you guys don't know everything I'm going to be working on. I feel like that's not very fun. I'm already working on 3 projects at once. However, you know, they're pretty decently far along. And then I can do some more. You like spoilers? That's nice. Thank you so much again, Neon. Thank you. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. Thank you for being so kind and generous to me. I really, really appreciate it. Has it been a week? It's been like a few days. I don't know.
I haven't done this in a while.
That's not possible.
But I need to pay my Sinder tax. Also,
no, you don't.
Sinder is way too adorable.
Stop it. You stop that. I put my tail down so it wasn't distracting for the stream, but now you can see it. Why? Because I'm so happy. I think I got some dust in my eye. But I don't want to wipe it because there's dust on my hands. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Oh, Vault Master. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you. Thank you so much. So yeah, again, I don't have an exact timeline for the Shinigami cosplay. I wasn't expecting it to be this close to being done already. I was expecting to play a 36 hour game.
Here's my tax for the very pretty Sinder, and
Thank
always
you.
will be.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wash hands? Well, I was just gonna do that whenever I have my stream. But I wanted to chat for a little bit first. I will definitely have to wipe down my whole desk, my whole workspace, so I'll just do all that. I don't want to get up and leave you guys. Thank you for the biddies. Well, give me a second. Sanding my therapy? No, it's kind of relaxing though. It's satisfying. It's like, it takes no effort.
Changed my mind. Only 100k to go.
Scorpios! What the hell, dude? Thank you so much.
The tax is in.
Thank you for all the bits. Thank you. Thank you
Consider this
so
my
much.
Sinder tax, Sinder 6 heart. Can you wish me
Tax!
good luck, Sinder? I take
Good
my
luck.
flight to California tomorrow to visit one of your PPs and my
Hell
longtime
yeah.
GF for the
California's
first time, and I'm
great.
so excited, Sinder 6 heart. Hopefully in the next few days we'll be able to watch your stream together in person, Sinder 6
Hell
heart.
yeah! It's usually hot in Cali though.
I
Be
need to
prepared.
pay the Sinder tax so that you can afford more chocolate.
But, okay. California girls! Hell yeah! Yeah, WaveCon is near Dallas. It's like in the Dallas area. Yeah? I do like chocolate. It's my weakness. Not because I can't have it, but because I love it so much. How ironic. No idea where that is? You don't know where Dallas is? What? Yeah, Grapevine. It's a tiny little area near Dallas. It's like right outside Dallas. Dallas, Germany. I went to the wrong WeebCon. Uh-oh. I gotta tell everybody.
Tax time.
Thank you. You guys, you don't have to pay tax. There is no tax. I appreciate all of the biddies and subs and everything very, very much, but there is no tax. It is not
As requested, more
necessity.
tax for you to use on whatever
No!
you want Cinder 6
No,
heart.
you damn listen to me! But thank you so much. Thank you.
I heard Cinder tax and I forgot to file mine.
You
I hope
guys!
I was not late.
No,
Got
what?
to fund the PP gang.
I'm not trying to trick you on the tax evasion. You're crazy. You're so silly. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much.
The
Thank
more you
guys,
say no
Declan.
tax, the more we file.
Slinger! Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Demon Slayer, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you guys
Did
so
I
much.
hear tax time?
No. No, I'm just hanging out. I'm just
Sorry,
hanging
I won't
around.
pay my taxes.
The fucking Beetlejuice meme. I fucking love that.
Gotta pay the tax.
You guys, stop. You guys are so sweet to me. Johnny Boy, Master Toffer, Dog Tea. Thank you. Thank you for 1,300 biddies. Thank you so much. It is not tax season.
Oh look, it's tax season.
No! You love Mama Cinder? Where did that come from? Huh? Mom? Mama! Ooh! I can't, man. Thank you guys. I really appreciate all the cheers. Is my mom? No. She's probably in bed, you guys. It's 11 p.m. my time. Mama Wolf is sleeping. No, I could never
I heard
cover that song.
taxes were in effect.
No.
First time I have ever paid taxes anywhere, TBH.
You probably shouldn't say that publicly on the internet.
Ayo. Cinder
Ayo.
tax time.
You guys, there is no tax. The tax is not real. Just like me. No. Yeah, I'm on East Coast. East Coast, East Coast, East Coast. Mm-hmm. Not true. You need to wire your Nigerian cousin? Thrice removed? You mean the prince. You gotta prioritize the prince. Amorlicious! Thank you for the 10 gift subs! Thank you! Thank you so much!
Use this for more chocolate peanut butter ice cream.
Thank you. Thank you, Sino. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 1,000 bits.
I will happily pay my taxes for the free healthcare and no student loan.
I mean... what? That, not here. I think you got the wrong place. That sounds like an ideal world that doesn't exist. Yo, Rocky! Thank you for the 10 gifties! Thank you! Thank you so much! Thank you. Cinderstream giving us healthcare? The only kind of health I can provide is potential serotonin. That's about it though.
No, you are real. I know I took the meds today.
If you say so. Okay. Hellcare? Yes, I can provide hellcare. The Hellhound is the best at the hellcare. Mm-hmm. Let me just set you on fire. That's all I gotta do. Serotonin, my laugh?
No, I know you're not real cause you didn't go live till after I took my meds.
Yeah, not the Drews. The Droog. What about dental? I think that's pushing it. It's still hell after all. Hell carrot kinda different. True. I really appreciate you guys. I'm always really glad that you enjoy my crafting streams because cosplay is something I'm very passionate about. If it's not obvious enough already, with how much I talk about the stuff that I make. And the fact that I can not only share my past hobby with you guys, but I can also make stuff to give to my friends and make them happy too, and give you guys a happy, comfy stream at the same time. And it's just like, it's just so fun and good for everybody, and that makes me happy. So
I'll pay taxes if it means more giggles.
Thank you for the Templemans. Thank you. Thank you. Love watching anything related to building. Aww. I do like building. Fabrication, like armor fabrication. Yeah. So, I'm gonna be working on Tricky, Vienna, and Numi for at least the next couple foreseeable crafting streams. After that, I'll probably work on a couple more VTuber friends. They're not exactly horns. Mostly more sewing work, I think. Sewing and painting will be after all of this sanding. So hopefully there's not going to be any more sanding. And it's all just going to be like hand sewing and hand painting. So fingers crossed that it will be a little less messy and all over the place. And then when I get a bunch of stuff done for my friends, probably after TwitchCon, maybe I can start making some stuff for Shinigami on stream. If the goal is hit, of course. But I really appreciate it, you guys. I'm glad that you like seeing my work and supporting me with it. You're blessed. Thank you. We're blasting off again. The goal's getting hit tomorrow. You think so? Well, I might not have the goal on stream the whole time because tomorrow I'm going to be hanging out with the wonderful Tricky. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Power Wash Simulator. So it's going to be super cozy and comfy, and we're just going to hang out and talk. Speaking of wonderful Tricky, why don't we go say hello? Let's send her some love. Especially after her crazy, crazy debut. I know it must have been really exhausting, but we go say hi. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. Don't forget to use the command Discord in my chat to get the link to my Discord server. And again, next week I'll probably have my schedule out either Sunday or Monday.
Give me new badge.
There's going to be another collab and a sponsor and some rain code and maybe even more crafting. We'll see. I haven't exactly decided everything yet, but it's going to be another really fun week, and I'll be very, very happy to have you guys join me for all that too. Thank you. Hi, Joel. Bye, Joel. PP Gang Raid. Go ahead and copy the raid message, and I will send you guys off to hang out with Tricky. You just got my figure. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you like it. Take care, you guys, and I will see you at the same time tomorrow. Yeah.